this gun in the ground. I can't shoot it anymore. A long black cloud is coming down on me. I feel I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
Well. We are back again. We should be anyway, right? It's been a while. It feels like, I don't know, too long, to be honest. It feels like too long. I've missed everyone. Let's go with that. I might be a bit rusty because, yeah, I think it might have been in the end of December. So I reckon I can remember how to work the screen, which would be a start. And with my laptop and my brain, have I got a brain? We're going to go with yeah, okay? There's a brain cell in there somewhere, seemingly. So I'll try my best, but this stupid laptop that I've got just now, it's a nightmare. But needs must, right? Needs must. We're here. Hey, I'm still here, at least. I done a quick live stream. When would that have been? Last week, the week before. It wasn't this whole StreamYard share screen, blah 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 setup. It was more live and direct, which was quite good. Do you know I was just out the back of my house there, and it is such a beautiful, clear night, man. Honestly, but I kid you not, it would freeze the bollocks of a brass monkey. It is Baltic, man. Absolutely Baltic. So you can only, I mean, I really enjoy looking at the stars, and I've got my binoculars and what have you, but I mean, when it's cold, man, it's like, right, okay, that's enough. That'll do. So we're still here, and it's about -10. I would say -12 maybe at the moment. But hey, I guess that's life, but not as we know it. Or you could maybe just call it winter, right? It's climate change. God's sake, trust the science. Sure. Why not? So, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night, wherever you are in this absolutely insane world that we live in. Holy moly! Where do you even begin? At the beginning. Wherever that is, of course, right? What are we into now? The 21st of January. So, Donald Trump. Is it Donald J. Trump? Donald the J. Trump got in. What do they call it again? Inaugurated? Something like that. I don't know. He got fucking sworn in as the president for the second time, of course. So, yeah, I wonder how that's gonna go, right? Yeah. It kind of feels like deja vu. I thought we had this guy already. All right. Oh, he's back again. He's back again to make America great again. Yeah. Why not greater again? That would be better, right? Make America greater again. That might have been a better saying. I better watch. I'll be getting headhunted now. I'll be getting headhunted by Trump and his campaign. So, yeah, that's been pretty much all the rage currently. But I think in the weeks, in last week, in the kind of days building up to the current media frenzy, it's all been about, I think, the wildfires in California. I don't think I've heard much else, to be honest. I mean, I'm not a everyday news person, but I do keep an eye out. So it's kind of got off to a bit of a roller coaster the year, and we done this stream in the end of December, and we did say, look, it's bleak, man. It's bleak, right? And you know, none of this is ever going to be popular, or make it viral, or I don't know, anything like that, because a lot of people, they simply will not want to hear it. They will not want to hear it. And I guess you could say ignorance is bliss, right? You can easily, you can put your head in the sand. You could put it another more graphic way. You can put your head in the sand, I guess. But then again, even looking into it, doing your research, what have you, picking up different bits of information, knowledge, trying to determine what's going on. Will that make any difference? So, is it a catch-22 scenario that we're in pretty much all of the time? I guess you could say, well, you die if you do, and you die if you don't. Right? So it depends on the individual, what kind of life you live, what kind of information you like to take in, and do research into, because that can be, it's more down to the individual. That a lot of people I know, probably friends that have, well, yeah, they were friends in the past, and probably still friends, but my circle's quite small these days, to be honest. I kind of think, would they even bother reading it if I sent them this, or if I sent them that, if I sent a video that I thought it might benefit their life? They probably wouldn't, to be honest. They just thumbs up and yeah, whatever, right? So that can be, it can be basically when you're trying to get information out there and you're trying to alert people to different information, that can be quite, it can be quite a task. It can be, you can pick an easier thing to do in life, right? So a lot of people, they won't go there, man. They simply will not go there, because a lot of the time when you begin to find stuff out, you kind of bear a burden to a degree, where you think, right, well, it needs to be changed, or we need to alert people to it so we can stop it or change it or modify it. So a lot of people, they stay for, they deliberately stay clear, and they won't go there. And I think I was a wee bit like that, going back to maybe 2010, between maybe 2010, 2012, 2013, I began to seriously think, right, hey, I need to look into stuff now. I need to get neck deep into as much stuff, because I wanted to know. I got let down and lied to so many times. I mean, we all do. In particular, in the political landscape. I mean, oh man, don't even get me started, man. Honestly, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time, man. None of that can be changed from within. Nobody can change it from within. And if you tried to, good luck with that. By all means, I wouldn't stop you, but good luck with that, man, because you'll feel the full force of the hidden hand, if you like. There's like two things in particular they do not let anybody get in the way. One is politics, and the other is the pharmaceutical industry, or big pharma, right? Anybody who tries to muscle in on that, I mean, hey, it's like it's worse than a gangster movie. It's worse than that we're in. Oh, and by the way, if you're looking for any good news tonight, you might want to change the channel, right? Quick, change the channel. And if you've never heard of the global risks report from the World Economic Forum, then where have you been? Although, to be fair, I think the first time I picked it up, excuse me, it would have been maybe 2020. I came across it, but I think it started before that. I mean, does it tell you anything we don't already know? Debatable. That's debatable. Who would it benefit? I don't know, to be honest. Maybe if you had some kind of business, you were an entrepreneur or multiple businesses, whatever, and you wanted to look at the kind of landscape for the future, then it might give you an idea, because from what I can gather, they're pretty much right about most of the stuff they predict. And now they say predict, right? But of course, if you've seen the the video I'd put out before and I used it as a trailer, what's the best way to predict the future? Anybody want to take a crack at that? And you can. This came out, I think, about 5 days ago. I was looking out for it, but I missed it. Typical. My life story, right? Shock horror. So I noticed the other day, oh, it's out. We'll look at it again. But basically, it's a bit of a blueprint for the future. How can they do that? They can't predict the future. And of course, Planet, yeah, Justine, 10 points, top of the class. Good evening. And it's in the video, of course, I'm sure he said, fuck, I'm going to butcher it now. What did he say? We predict the future, and the best way to predict the future is to create it. So you create the future. And it's quite an interesting thought as well. I mean, we know, a lot of us here, we certainly know how they go about it. It's all pre-planned. It's all pre-planned, and it unfolds, basically. And I think as much as it's an absolute tyrannical system, if you can somehow take that process into your own life, you can create your own future. And believe me when I say it, the power of the brain, if you've got one, I'm out of luck here. The power of the brain is a lot greater than anybody could ever imagine. And I genuinely, firmly believe if you want to take full control of your life and you want to have a better future, you can make it happen, man. You can make it happen. Nobody else is going to make it happen. But you can. You certainly can. And I think a lot of hey, me included, a lot of the time we can kind of forget and get beat down, and because it's life, right? Life is it's full of ups and downs and bends and turns and kicks and punches and you name it. You name it, man. It's got the whole whack in it. But you can, I think through sheer determination, you can make it happen in terms of bringing your life forward or bringing it to a point where you want a track you want it to be on. I'm going to be writing one of them self-help books. That's what I'm going to. Who's that guy again? The big, huge guy. He's one of these. These self. What are they called again? Like they're like self-help gurus, and they host big shows, and I don't know. They're like, I guess they maybe hypnotize people. Not that we don't get hypnotized enough, right? So we're back again. We're on the double coffee tonight. I'm hoping the audio's okay. I should have blew in the mic. It might be a bit dusty. A bit dusty, right? Hashtag 9/11. So we're back again. The past few days has been a bit tough because most people here, they will know this kind of community that we've got. We lost a great part of it, a great man. That man being John Davidson, an absolute gent of a man, honest to God. You could not meet a nicer man. Just a straight up, genuine dude. And it's been tough. It's funny in life because even though you can see something coming, when it hits you, it's like you didn't expect it. It hits you basically all the same. And of course, when you lose someone that you respect and love or you're close to, it's hard, man. It can be seriously hard. And I think I'm trying to think how old I might have been. I think I was about 8 or 9 when I lost my first grandparent that I knew. And that was quite tough. Even thinking back to that, it was quite tough, and it was my dad's dad. And that was quite hard. He was a Glaswegian, straight up, fucking no messing, take no shit dude. And yeah, he didn't have a lot of time or patience, to be fair, but he was a character. And it was a bit like, you think about it, and I think instantly you kind of think, fuck, I'm not going to see them again. You won't hear them again. And that kind of plays over and over. As the years go on, it kind of does not go away, to be honest. I think, become a bit better through time. You're a bit better at managing what people call grief. And I think that was quite early on. And then I think friends as well, quite early in my life. And then as I got into my 20s, an unbelievable amount of people that I lost. And it was like a freight train, man. Boof, boof, boof. And just knocking you for 6 each time. My best friend, who I grew up with and went to school with and shared many a good time and laughter. He meant the world to me and to the group of friends that we were in. And he died of a drug overdose, which is terrible in Scotland. It's eye-watering. And that really did knock me. It really did. But the biggest one was my dad. When my dad died, that, honestly, the only way I can describe it is like all my insides, the whole lot, heart, gut, intestines, lungs, got ripped right out of my body, man. completely ripped out. It just this gaping hole, gigantic black hole got left. Because my dad, I mean, he was my dad, but he was my hero. He was the guy I went to for advice. He was the guy I went to for anything. And he was the guy that always made it all right. And as times went, I mean, my dad said it himself, it can be a great healer. It can. And I think over time, when I think about my dad and dealing with him not being here, as the times went on, the gaping hole is it's healing to a degree. So it's beginning to heal, but it's still there, and it can still be sore, and it can be tender at times. And when good people like John Davidson pass away, it can bring it all back to the surface, and it's there. It's just like, yep, I'm still here. But you can deal with it. You can deal with it because, in my own view, you've got to deal with it. Because if you don't, it will fucking eat you up inside out. And I've seen that, and I've seen it in particular when a parent loses a child, which is heartbreaking, man. Honest to God. And when it's the firstborn, and it devastates in particular the mother. Not that the father is not, but the mother in particular, I've noticed, and that breaks my heart. It genuinely does. And when it comes to death and grief, the older you get, you cannot escape it, man. You cannot escape it, so you need to fight it. Not fight it, you need to coexist with it. But I think a lot of the times when it's someone you've loved and cared for so much, you've got to remember the good things, the good times, and think about what they would say. And I know for a fact, when I think about my dad, he would say, look, you've got your own family now. They're looking up to you. You've got to be strong. You've got to keep going. So that's what I do. I think no matter who you are, someone's looking up to you. So you stay strong. And it's a phrase you hear a lot, but you've got to. You've got to dig deep and stay strong and do the best you can. You've got to do the best because I know myself. You can't escape it. You can't escape it. And I loved John. The time I spent with John was it was great. So I think about that, and I must admit, his son and his family crossed my mind. Because I feel that pain of losing a parent. I know what it's like. And I wish I could say, look, it's going to be all right. But you've got to dig deep, man. I think to begin with, you can be in a state of shock, which can last, well, from what, in my own view, can last any amount of time, the shock of it. It's like it's genuinely like being in the aftermath of some kind of electromagnetic pulse that just puts you into a gigantic state of shock. But then as time goes on, the kind of reality of it begins to set in, and it becomes very, very, very real in terms of dealing with it. But there's lots of, if there is ever anybody that struggles with grief, the best advice I can say is speak to people, anybody. It doesn't have to be an expert, a counsellor. It can be anybody. And a lot of the time, it only takes a random person off the street to say one sentence or one thing that can trigger a chemical reaction, I guess, in your brain that can maybe make you think, actually, do you know what? I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep my head up. I'm going to accept it for what it is. And again, if it's someone you loved, remember the good times when in times of need, and remember what they'd say. I mean, it's probably been over what, well over. I think we're into the what would it be? 12 years now since my dad passed away, and it's it can, every year it can still be tough, honestly. And I wish I could say to people, look, it gets better. But I'd be lying if I said that. I know that's what a lot of people want to hear. Oh, it's all right. It's going to get better. You're going to be all right. But I'd be telling you a big porky pie, man. Because it can be hard. I'm not saying it's hard all the time, because you've got your own life to concentrate on, which is the best thing to do. But it creeps up from time to time. But you can deal with it. You certainly can. Hey, if I can deal with it, then anybody can, right? So there's a bit of good news, I guess, right? In terms of dealing with it. So I'm going to miss John. Of course, me and John and Sensum and Eke and John's son, Samuel, and sometimes the guy Streaky Bacon, I think. The Welsh lad, comical guy. I mean, anybody from Wales is funny. They are. If you think the Scottish are funny, you should check out the Welsh. And I mean that in a good way. Not a, what, is he racist now? But yeah, we done the movie review, and it was like the last Friday of every month. How long did we do that? I think maybe about 3 years, at least 2 years. And of course, Sensum as well. Let's not forget our brother, our English curry loving brother, Sensum. And yeah, for a wee while I did kind of think, look, I might just let them get on with the review, and I'll duck out. But John became ill, and I kind of thought, I don't know if I can. I can't. I would feel bad saying, look, that's me. I'm done. Well, the poor guy's not well, so I couldn't. I thought, do you know what? I'll continue to do it. And I was happy enough to give up that time for John, and I'm glad that I did. It's funny looking back, because in a way I thought, well, I've not really got the time. But part of me said, look, you're going to keep doing it. You're going to keep doing it. I guess fate, or I don't know what you'd call it, to be honest. But I had a lot of respect for John, so maybe that played a part. So I thought, yeah, we'll keep going. I mean, I do enjoy reviewing movies, so we might pick that back up. But of course, for me, and it's a wee bit selfish, I've never been one for watching films that I wouldn't watch normally. Do you know when you're at home and you pick a film, it's down to you. It's your choice, right? And I don't know if anybody else is like this, but I spend about an hour looking for a film to watch. And I could have watched a bloody film in that time. So it was a new thing for me to be sitting watching a film that I would never watch in a million years, man. So it was like, yeah, it was different for me. Like a black and white movie, or even maybe some Western sort of movies, I would tend to not watch. I would be, nah, not for me. Comedy, action, that sort of thing, constantly. So it was new. It was interesting, and it was new, and it was great to hear from John. And his thoughts and opinions because, well, he was like a time-served photographer, filmmaker, wrote a lot of stuff. I think books, different papers. I think scripts as well, which is, I mean, could you imagine trying to write a script for a movie or a book? I mean, honest to God, I don't think I'd manage, to be fair. So I always like to, when we done a review, I did like to ask John about his past and not in an intrusive way, which that might sound a bit, but it wasn't. It was more to get his take on when he was growing up and what it was like and what the cinemas were like and what people's views were and stuff like that. I really enjoyed that because I looked up to John. He was like an elder that I respected in a gigantic way. And I've not got many of them in my life, to be honest. They're kind of few and far between. So I did. I treasured it, and I like to ask questions and hear about his life, and I'm glad I did. We done quite a lot of different reviews, and it was I enjoyed it. I did enjoy it. I'm sure Sensum did, and I think the American guy Eki. I don't even know where he went. He disappeared completely off the face of the earth. So I don't know what happened to the guy. I think he stayed in California, and he was quite a private guy, which is fair enough. I mean, I've got nothing against that, but he just completely off the face of the earth disappeared, which I thought was weird, man. Kind of thinking, was that even a real guy? AI bot. Of course, someone thought I was a AI bot. Ah, man, if only, if only. Oh, could you imagine? No stress, no worries. Become an AI bot today. I mean, hey, I'm joking, but how far away are we from that, do you think? The way it's going? I'm unsure. I'm unsure, to be honest. I mean, they tell us all about, in terms of the future, it's going to be like this and it's going to be like that. But is it though? But is it? Where's the flying cars? Where's the stuff you promised us, right? But we'll go into the chat. We'll say hello and then we'll take a look at the kind of meat of the global risk report. And honestly, it is so depressing, man. And I remember the first time when I covered this, I thought, why is no one covering this? Well, why do you think? Eh? I mean, who wants to be the bearer of bad news? Anybody? Where's the fun in that? There's no fun in that, is there? I guess in maybe some kind of evil, twisted way. There could be, someone might see a bit of fun in it, but in reality, there's not. And a lot of people here, there's going to be nothing new. And it is kind of like a blueprint of the future. Brought to you by the World Economic Forum, of course, and it's actors. And they've got plenty of them, man. Plenty. Honestly. Quite incredible, the amount of people. But that's what they've built over time, this gigantic, this gigantic web, which is kind of fitting. They've built this gigantic web, or net, if you like. And all these different wee organisations working away for them. All to benefit the agenda. And nothing else but the agenda. And they all they basically infiltrate and stick their poisonous claws into different communities right across the world, man. Right across. And over time, these wee communities have just been poisoned by this beast monster, with the head of it, or at least part of it, being the World Economic Forum. Shock horror. And all their little minions, their cronies. And I mean, it's not even like a local level, it's government level as well. It's every level you can imagine. They've got their claws. They've got their claws into it. How do we pull away from that? That's a good question. That's a good question. I guess the answer is to copy and replace, or replicate and replace. If you can do that, then that could be a start. But I think making people aware is a good thing to do. You make people aware. And I think the best thing for me, or the most important thing, is to try and make people aware to the simple fact that our government do not represent us. Straight up. And do they care about us? Not a hope in hell. They do not care for us, they do not represent, and they do not work for the people. The only thing they do is lie. What's that other? Oh yeah, lie. Oh yeah, and lie again. And if you don't get past that, if you don't accept that, you're always going to be, in my own view, you're always going to be so close yet so far. And a lot of people, they are so close yet so far. But we don't give up. And a lot of it is down to perspective, or how people perceive, I guess, their reality. Because they might see it pink and you might see it blue. And it can be like I said, it can be a thankless task trying to get information out there. And a lot of the time I do wonder, what's the point? People don't give a flying monkeys, man. A lot of people, they don't care. They simply do not care. And I do tend to think, well, do I want to do it? Yes. So carry on. If I don't want to do it, do something else. I think being productive is the best thing that you can ever be with whatever it is you do. within good means, of course, right? So we'll say hello and then we'll get down to it. I put a couple of slides together. I've got the PDF there because I don't know if I'm going to be able to read it because my eyes, man, I need new eyes. Anybody got new eyes? Yeah, I don't know. The picture on my phone wasn't great, so we'll see what it's like. We'll say hello and then we'll check what the score is. Why is this not working? Let me go all the way down. All the way down! I mean, all the way to the top. Or is it all the way down? I don't know. Take your pick, right? Insert joke. Take your pick. Let's try not miss anybody. Carol's in the hood. Good to see you, Carol. Back again. I hope you're doing well. Always nice to see a sunflower. If you look at a sunflower and it doesn't make you happy, you can get out right now. Get out! It should make you happy, right? And already, I mean, it's Baltic just now, but I'm already kind of thinking, got my spring kind of hat on, thinking about spring. What am I going to grow? When am I putting it in? Trying to get a schedule, if you like. In the back of my mind, I'm also thinking, well, is the snow gone? Is the frost gone? Fuck, hey, no chance is it gone. And I think if I remember correctly, last year and the year before, I mean, you probably get away with planting the most hardest of plants or veg. But if I remember correctly, last year and the year before, I think it was late April, we still got frost and a kind of cold snap. I think you would call it. Check me, weatherman, right? We got the cold snap, so that's always in the back of my mind. Where's this fucking global warming? Where's the heat? They promised us so much heat, all these false promises, right? And all we get is freezing cold bloody weather. But that's for well, we might expand on that actually, if you pardon the pun. Davina's in the hood. Good to see you, Davina. I hope you're doing well over there across the water in Ireland. Lots of love for people there, of course. There he goes, Frank in the hood. Frank Barron. Great to see you, Frank. Frank's a great guy. Spoke to Frank before. Got a lot of time for Frank. Good to see you in the hood. What have I done now? Pressed the wrong button. Tight Scotsman. No early night. No early night for me now. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Like that we're going to be here. Wait, what? We do go late. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, I don't know. I've tried to make it quite short. So we'll see, right? We'll see how it goes. Tight Scotsman. Beautiful dog in the picture. Good to see you. Oh, the beautiful Justine, fantastic, who I see over on my Spacebook page. That's life, but not as we know it, which we should be on tonight. Also, whether or not we are, I don't know. I've not checked, but we should be. And I mean, it's quite incredible, honestly, when I think, because the Facebook page, it's just grows and grows and grows constantly. And I think currently it's at 39,000, like 39,500 follows. So it's on the brink. Probably in the next 2 days, it'll be on 40,000 followers. And it's like, what? And honest to God, man, it's quite insane how it's grown. And if you had said to me this time last year, and it kind of coincides as well with the sort of growth spurt with the channel, which is stopped as well. We're in decline now. we've went full circle, and we're now in decline. But we've been full circle before. But if you had said last year, I think the page and it kind of lay dormant. I used it in the whole pandemic and stuff like that, but it lay dormant as well for a good bit. And I did consider deleting it. I thought, well, I'll delete it. And now I thought, you know what? I'll just put a wee bit more time into it and use it a bit more. So that's what I done. And I think at that point it was I think I maybe 7,000 followers. And if you had said then, but this time next year it was going to be at 40, on the brink of 40,000, I would have laughed. I would have said, nah, no way. Because it's like, holy moly, man, it exploded. I think when I looked at the past 28 days, current, last month, the last 28 days, I think it's at almost 6 million in terms of the reach or views. I think they call it views, which is quite incredible. I mean, it blows me away, man. It really does. Quite insane. So that I did not see that coming. I did not see it coming. But when I think back to the YouTube, and I was happy enough creating content with 2 subscribers, free. It did not matter. And I remember being on, and I've said it before, I was on about 14, and it was stuck on 14. I think it went to 13. Unlucky for some. And then I kind of thought, will I just keep going or will I delete it? Maybe people, they don't like me, which is fine. And I kind of thought, well, who am I? I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it for me. I do it because I enjoy creating content. So I thought, if people don't like it, that's their problem. That's not my problem. Fair enough. If I don't like it, I'll just stop. And I've started projects in my life in the past that I kind of got fed up, and I just thought, well, what the heck? And I've stopped. Which, if I never stopped and continued, would have probably went on to be quite successful, to be fair. Which I guess you can say, hey, if you put in the time and effort to anything, you can get there. You can make it work. Because people came in over time, and I think we found I don't know. It's weird how a channel progresses over time in terms of the community and the people around it, because we seem to get a lot of good people, which is great. But some people would probably say, well, you would say that, right? Because you're part of that kind of community. But honestly, I've met so many great people. I've got a lot of time for these people. Probably more time for them than some of the people I actually know in locally. So we've been on a bit of a journey, and it's great to see Justine, who helps me out over on Spacebook as well, and Toffee's here as well. Good to see you. A good win for your team the other day. A win that even made me happy. So being a gunner, of course, right? Yeah, good to see you. I hope you. I know I caught your video the other night. Do you know I was going to jump on? I didn't realize you were doing just a kind of short video. So I was kind of getting set up, and then I heard in the background you were like, "Right, I'm going to go now." I was like, "Wait a minute, what? Get out! He's finished." Yeah, but hey, I totally get it, because Toffee again, a guy who was quite close to John Davidson, who passed away on January the 12th. And Toffee done a tribute to John, which is nice. It's a very nice thing to do. So I thought, yeah, I might jump on and help him out, right? Well, we can both try and keep it together. But yeah, I did. I thought, look, what I'll do is I'll jump on and help the guy out, because it's hard, man. And it can be these people. I mean, Toffee will be similar. We've known John for well over a couple of years now, and you do become close. You do become attached. And I think John, I mean, he was a warrior, man. He was like streaming Tuesday, Friday, Tuesday, Friday, Tuesday, Friday, Tuesday, Friday, constantly. And then like a special stream from time to time. And of course, the movie review. So the guy was he was a warrior in terms of putting out content. And I used to laugh and joke and call Censorship the backbone of YouTube, because any stream I went on, there was a Censorship on the panel. But I think, to be honest, John was probably the backbone of a great community, but also of YouTube as well. He was resilient, man. And he was always a gentleman in the way he spoke. Which, yeah, hard to come by to a degree these days. So that was a great thing Toffee done. And I recommend people go over to Toffee's channel and get subbed, right? And hear it from a straight up Scouser who does not mess about, right? Put it that way. He does not mess about. I'm trying not to swear, but it's tough. It's tough, man, when you're Scottish. Carl, Frank, Toffee, Analog in the hood. Good to see you, Analog. I hope you're doing well. In South Florida, don't. Why do you have to rub it in? Honestly, why have you got to rub it in? But you might be getting snow. Well, now you know how we feel, right? Now you know how we feel. Do you get snow often in South Florida? I've got no idea what winter is like there. Analog can let us know. And also, you can let us know when you're inviting everyone over. Get the house ready. We're coming over, right? Tight Scotsman, Toffee, Carl. Oh, Norman's in the hood. Good to see you, Norman. Our great brother from South Africa. And again, another warrior in terms of resilience, man. Just sheer dedication to the cause is Norman. A great guy. A lot of time and a lot of respect for him. So great to see you, Norman. Frank, Davina, Toffee. Oh, Ulick, the old dog in the house. Good to see you, Ulick. As old as the hills. I hope you're doing well. Justine. Oh, Jim over on Spacebook. So we must be live on Spacebook. So it worked. Hooray! One thing worked. Hey, we take what we can, right? We take what we can. I think I can check. Yeah, we should be all right. We're across the free platforms. So all good in the hood. Good to see you, Stocky Jim. Interesting name, right? Who's he here stalking? Definitely not me. The Woodlander in the hood. What a great guy. Another great person that I highly recommend people check out. And again, in terms of resilience, man, and dedication to a cause, honestly, look no further. And I highly recommend people check out the Woodlander initiative. Honestly, check it out. And if you can, support it. And it would be great. I think it would be a good idea to get Simon on, and he can put it across a lot better than me. I'm sure we said that before, but definitely this year we need to make it happen, right? So great to see Simon in the hood. Frank, Davina, Justine, is Paul here? Paul's here. Good to see you, Paul. More talking. Where's the panel? Hey, do you know what? I can imagine if I opened the panel, nobody would come up anyway. It'd be like, nah, fuck you. Nobody likes you. Just to kind of show me up, right? Nah, we won't. We'll say we'll go on and not go on. We'll say next time. We'll tell them next time, right? Good to see you, Paul. I hope you and Sue are doing well. Davina, Analog, Frank, Justine. Jerry's in the hood. Good to see you, Jerry. Did you get a WhatsApp? Yeah, I seen that. I shared it. A WhatsApp message from the MI5. Yeah, that was a weird one, that. Yeah, I was a bit unsure what to make of that, to be honest. Interesting. I've not had any WhatsApp messages from MI5, but I'll certainly let you know. Although I'm not officially in the new IRA. So yeah, watch this space, right? Maybe I am. Maybe I am, and I don't know. If I was, I wouldn't tell you anyway, right? So yeah, that was quite an interesting story. Good to see you, Jerry. I hope you're doing well. Davina, Toffee, Frank, Paul, Frankie as well in the hood. Controlled by the small huts. Yeah, well, yeah, pretty much. To be fair, this is a fact. Frank, good to see you, Frank. Yeah, it's a bit more complex than that. It's if you think of it like a spider, and yeah, that's definitely a part of it. Who else did I notice there? Anybody else? Woodlander, Frankie, Davina, Donald. Yeah. Yes. Do you know what? I struggled to see how we've even got to tell people that now. I mean, where have they been, right? Are they new to this world? That's the only thing I can think. The fact we've a lot of the time we've even got to point it out is a bit like, come on, man. But here we go. It's deja vu again. Deja vu, man. And Trump's going to make America great again. Frank, Jerry, Justine, Paul's here, Toffee's here, Dangleberry's in the hood. Good to see you, as always. A long-term sufferer of that's life, but not as we know it. In the hood, we're all long-term sufferers now. What are we going into? 6 years of that's life, but not as we know it. Fucking hell. Honestly, man. Where did the time go? Sue's here. Sue and Paul. Good to see you, Sue. Is there anybody that I missed quickly? I think we're okay. Ulick, Davina, Frank, Jerry, Frankie, Justine or Richard in the hood. Bloody hell, I'm way behind. I thought it was like at the bottom. Story of my life again. Sorais, is it? Is it, what's Saladin's name again? Been changed to? I can't even remember. Sounds terrible, right? But good evening as well. Oh, Sheila's here. Good to see you, Sheila. Fantastic. Yeah, that was a good documentary, that. Yeah. My Octopus Teacher. And you know that again, like I mentioned before, we done a review on it and it was a documentary. I would have never watched it. Not in a million years. I'd have thought, nah. Well, actually, maybe. Maybe. But yeah, it would have probably have been one that I might have thought, nah, I'm not watching it. But fucking hell, what documentary that was. Honestly. What an amazing creature the octopus is. Octopi. It's just fascinating, man. And it was when we done the review, we talked about some of this stuff. And it is like an alien in nature. It's about as close to alien as you'll ever get. In fact, it's the only alien creature you'll ever get. And just astonishing, the things it could do. And if you've not seen it, I don't want to give much away because I recommend people watch it. I think it might be on YouTube. My Octopus Teacher. And basically, you've got a guy who he was a bit depressed in life, and I think when he was younger, he done a bit of scuba diving, and he thought, do you know what? I'm gonna get the scuba diving gear out and do a bit of scuba diving, and just on the shore, not too far away, and there's like different corally reefy bits. Selling myself here, right? And when he's doing it, he's got his camera because I think he was a filmmaker as well, and a bit of a writer's block, maybe a recording block, a block anyway. And he's out there. He's going out like he decides he's gonna go out in the morning every day, and he's going out and he finds an octopus. And he's like checking it out, and it's looking at him, and you can see the octopus is a bit unsure. But then he's going back every day, and it's the same octopus, and they build a relationship over time. to the point where it even is like touching the guy, and I mean, it sounds a bit weird, but it like grasps onto him, like it gives him a cuddle. Where, I mean, these are animals that would, not even animals. These are, what would they be? Mammals? They're a species that will not go near people. They'll run away and spray you with ink, probably. But this guy grew a relationship over time. And it was just, I found it mind blowing, man. Honestly. Because a lot of the time, and I've probably thought it myself, you think, well, cats and dogs, you can kind of get a relationship, but I think it goes way beyond that. Way beyond that. Even to sea life, like octopi, which is, I mean, that's mind blowing, man. So a guy can become friends with an octopus that I mean, I'm not going to give anything away, and they can have a sort of friendly, playful, even loving relationship. Two completely different species, yet look at the mess of the world that we're in. And the hatred that's in this world. It's astonishing, man. So I think if we can learn a lot from that, we can learn a lot from it. It blew me away, that documentary. I think the only thing I had against it was a bit short. But yeah, that's probably the only thing. It could have been a bit longer, a wee bit more detail at some parts. But it was an extraordinary documentary. I might see if I can download it and put it on my Realness channel so people can check it out. Oh, is it Kieran in the hood? Where is he? Where is that fucking Irish warrior? Where is he? Ah, there we go. Who's this? Right. He's cruising for a timeout. Of course, Kieran's a great guy. He likes to pretend that he's cheeky and that he hates the Scottish, but he loves us, really. He's nothing but sheer love for the Scots, right? You'll clearly notice that as well. He's a great guy. So great to see Kieran. Anybody else that I missed quickly? Oh, Spanish Chicken in the hood. Fantastic. Yes, I mean, that was honestly, if you've not watched it and you're at a loose end for a documentary, look it up and you'll find it. Oh, Lance as well. I'm imagining an octopus in in fishnets and high heels. Well, hey, each to their own, right? If that's your kind of mindset, then yeah, that's an image. Thanks for putting that image in everybody's head, right? But yeah, maybe I never explained it. I mean, it's nothing like that, but you can see that a relationship built over time, and it's mind blowing, man. It's like fucking hell. It honestly blew me away. So check it out if you've not seen it. It's been out for quite a while, to be honest. So worth a watch. But good evening, Lance. I hope you're doing well. Anybody else quickly before we jump in? I think we're all good in the hood. And I think I did notice we're okay for the audio. So thank you to the people who, I think Simon and someone else. So we're all good because if the audio's bad, I hate it. I hate it, man. Do you know, you get, I don't know, echoes and clicks and, man. Technology, right? It's like one of the only thing, well, not only, but if the audio's bad, and I notice it. I mean, there's been times I went back on a stream from maybe, I don't know, 2 years ago, And I thought, fucking hell, the audio's terrible. So I just delete it, right? I'll just delete it. I've done that with videos in the past as well that I've kind of thought, do you know what? I don't like it. Or I felt maybe in hindsight it was poorly made or poorly put together. So sometimes I will. I'll just remove it. But you'll still find it. Well, you'll find it on Odyssey. And that's another thing that I'm going to mention. My Odyssey channel is going to mainly be the home for what YouTube deem hateful and graphic content. Insert joke, right? Because currently, as it stands, and I don't think I shared this yet. So breaking news. I might have mentioned maybe. So there goes that. But basically, this channel, my other channel, and me, I think on Google completely, is under review. So we're under review now by the powers that be at Google. And when it's complete, I don't even know. I do not even know. But it's to a point I genuinely don't know what's going to happen, but I've been restricted. I mean, shadow banning's been a constant with this channel. I know a lot of people talk about that, but we've had it quite bad. And we got terminated twice, and that played a huge part. It took a huge dent each time. It just like lost its momentum, I guess, which was interesting. But in terms of lately, we got stripped of monetization. Then I was stripped of perks. I think they called it perks. So I think one of the perks is you can put a link into, I don't know, the description or a video. Well, I'm not even allowed to do that. I can't even put a link. I'm sure I read that I probably couldn't live stream, but I can. So I'm unsure about that. But I don't know how long we're in review. I genuinely don't know. So, of course, we're on Odyssey, right? So, yeah, it might not be YouTube, what have you, but it's a place where I can put content that is kind of relatively, it doesn't get very much hassle. Like, oh, you can't say that by the powers that be at YouTube. So I've been putting different videos on there. I think 3 or 4. I've got one more to go up. And you'll find a link to Odyssey in the About section. So I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's out of my hands, man. And it was the same before. It was out of my hands. They stripped it down, took away the so-called perks because I'm not towing the line. Oh, he's speaking about 9/11. I think that was the biggest thing, which is could be quite telling, to be fair. They did not like the 9/11 videos. And I think a lot of them, they get flagged for too sensitive, too graphic. So the channel somehow, because of that, needs to be hidden away in the corner of YouTube. In the dark corner, the very darkest of corners of YouTube. It's like 2010 YouTube over here. And hey, we know the game that we're in. It's nothing new. Ever since 2020, we've been through these circles. We've been over these hurdles before. And the first termination was different. The second one was different from the first. The third one could be different. The way it's going, the way it's going. So I don't know. I've not even contacted YouTube to say, look, what's the crack? When am I going to be out of review? When am I off of the naughty step, right? Because to be honest, I could not care less. I couldn't care, man. I could not care. I noticed as well on Facebook, they're a bit more stricter now as well with the so-called sensitive graphic content. In particular, 9/11. They do not like it. In particular, when you're talking about the potential use of a weapon that the majority of people probably would tell you did not exist. They do not like that. They don't like it. So what does that tell you? Answers on a postcard, right? Is Paul away? Catch you later, Paul. Yep. Anybody else that I missed quickly? Wendy B in the hood. Good to see you, Wendy. A pleasure. Yeah, they did. They stripped it away. What have I done now? Yeah, they did. That's right, Justine. I think that was the first thing, and then it's been they've been chopping away. They've been chopping away, but hey, it is what it is. We know the game we're in. We know the channel, it's got its own kind of, I guess you could call it theme. So it's got a certain theme that it goes along. And it's not, again, similar to the World Economic Forum stuff, it's never going to be popular. It's never going to be promoted by algorithms or AI or whatever you want to call it. It won't be. In fact, it would be the opposite of that. We know this. We know the game we're in. And we fight it head on. We've got to fight it head on. They'll do what they do. And I guess just to kind of round that bit up, if they do terminate the channel again, why have this fucking thing not opening? If they do it again, then I'll still be on Odyssey and Rumble and I guess Facebook as well. And of course we're on X for the time being. So we'll be about, right? It won't be the be all and end all. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Would I come back to YouTube? If it was to happen again. Hey, we'll cross that bridge when if the time ever comes, right? It might not. It might not. The way things are going, they might relax certain things and let people off of the naughty step. Let us off the naughty step, right? But it's still a tyrannical system that we're in. And the censorship is a nightmare, man. Absolute nightmare. So, and it's been like that ever since, 2020, man, it skyrocketed. I think before that, there was sort of situations where they did delete videos and they were deleting channels. I think David Icke's channel got deleted seemingly and stuff like that. And I think that was that pre-pandemic? I can't even remember. It's all fucking folded into one. It's all just one big blur. So we're back again, and I think we're good to go for the time being. So yeah, thinking of our John's family, and I might do a stream where it's just to kind of talk about that situation and pay respects to John, and maybe discuss a potential movie stream kind of in memory that we'll do on realness, which is, that would make sense, I think. So it's sad, but we dig deep, we stay strong, and we keep going. John was an inspiration, but we can be that too by staying strong and keeping going. So we will now jump to, what do I do again? Share screen. We're only 1 hour and 20 minutes in. Is it that one? It should be. Ah, there we go. Now, how do we make it bigger? And that I have never said before. That'll do the trick, right? That'll work. That'll work, she said. That'll do, she said. So if I put that there. So we're all good in hood. Let me quickly check. Anybody else that I missed? Frank, Spanish Chicken, Kieran, and Paul's away. Showing his true loyalty, right? Wee Paul. Deserting us like a rat leaving a ship. Shocking. Shocking, man. I'm going to have to put him on a timeout next time he comes back. So I think since maybe 20, I'm only joking, Paul, of course. Since maybe 2020, we've been looking at and discussing and talking about the World Economic Forum. Oh, fuck, what did I do there? Did I spill coffee on the the computer? If there's a sudden bzzz, you know what's happened, right? So since about 2020, we've looked at this and discussed it and talked about it. Is there anything new or noteworthy to a degree? Nothing major, but it's one of these things I kind of like to keep an eye on it, and it kind of reaffirms my thoughts on where we are currently and where we're going. That's basically what it does. It confirms the so-called conspiracy theories, if you like. And yeah, they call it a prediction, blah, blah, blah. They know how it's going to go down. Like we said at the start, they know because they plan it. They create it. The world we live in. Now, some people genuinely call it and believe that we live in a simulation. Now, for me personally, my view is we don't. I sometimes wish we did, but we don't. But we do live on a planet where our reality is modified and manipulated constantly. So to a degree, you probably could call it a simulation, but it's not quite what you think, right? Because through creating our reality and surroundings, of course, with that comes the manipulation of the mind. Because a lot of what we do, and what the majority of what the sheeple do, is kind of pushed forward by their surroundings. So to a degree, we kind of do. we kind of do live in a false reality, but it's not a simulation. At least in my view. Now, hey, I'll be the first person to admit if I'm wrong. If I change my mind, I'll let you know. But we move through different things like And it stems way back. I think originally the people thought the world was a sphere, then it was flat, then it was a sphere again. Now it's people. I mean, it's kind of split down the middle. But then you've now got we live in a simulation, which is growing momentum, and I think it's even pushed by the guy David Icke, which is quite interesting. Certain individuals push it, actors, most of them, and I've said this before. I can guarantee there will be more in regards to so-called theories about the world we're in. There's going to be more. I shit you not, man. And as time goes on, we get pulled further and further away from what I deem, in my own view, true reality. So far away, man. We are so far away from it. And in my own view, when it comes to a theory talked about en masse, it's probably a million, billion miles from the truth. That's how far gone we are. That's how disconnected we are. Because through that disconnection, we're basically herded together, trapped in this simulated. No, I probably shouldn't say simulated, orchestrated reality. And there's a great documentary. I put it on my backup channel. It's called, what's it called again? Basically, I think I'll probably butcher it. But we all know about MK Ultra. And this documentary points more to, look, you don't need MK Ultra to control the minds of the masses. All you've got to do is control their surroundings. And through that, you can basically make them act a particular way. And it was this documentary came out in 1970. And now there's a gigantic industry which is called behavioral science. And through behavioral science, they can predict how people are going to react, how they're going to think. Basically, they predict your whole life by creating your surroundings. And that's what it is, even on a bigger scale. And the World Economic Forum are a tentacle in this orchestrated. There we go. In this orchestrated world that we're in. What's my dog doing? Where is he? He's dreaming. He's on a mad dream. And why are we getting not audio, Wi-Fi issues? Let me just check. What's that message? College, okay. I don't know why it's saying there's Wi-Fi trouble. Because there shouldn't be. Maybe it doesn't like the cold weather, the Wi-Fi. It doesn't like the cold weather, right, in Scotland. Why is it doing that? I'm literally in the next room from the router. And it's state-of-the-art fibre optic fucking fancy Wi-Fi. I don't know. I'm going to have to just ignore it, I think. Because we seem to still be going. I don't know if it's the laptop or the actual Wi-Fi. Fucking take your pick, right? But I think we're okay. If it drops out, it drops out. We'll keep going, right? I'll try my best to sort it. It's gone now, so I think we're okay. Right, Crazy Jane in the hood. Not so crazy, Jane. Good to see you. And watch out for that guy Kieran. Oh, and watch Ulick as well. He's trouble. Him. He honestly, he's like well known, bullying people on panels, bullies them into extinction. No, I'm only joking. Ulick's another good guy. Chelster in the hood as well. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? You talking to me? Good to see you, Chelster. I hope you're doing well. Bernie as well. We are in a bit of a pickle. Yeah, you can say that again. You can say that again. that would be being polite, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And remember, if you go back 2 years, we covered the World Economic Forum global risks, and they were talking about how we're heading into not just one crisis, but multiple crises. And they even named it. They gave it a name, a poly crisis, which is seemingly multiple crises at the same time. Hooray! So not just one, not just two. You can get free. Fuck it, here's 4. Chuck in the alien invasion, there's 5, right? So they said that about 2 years ago. And they're right. They've been right. Because and it's not really one that goes away. But when you look at it on a right across the board, in the bigger picture, each nation and each part of the world's got multiple sort of issues going on. There's multiple fucking stab wounds, if you like. Just seeping blood constantly. Between the likes of the climate agenda, man. Draining nations constantly. The whole beating the Ukraine war and Russia war, Palestine, Israel. I mean, how long has that been going on? In America, I mean, I guess the people who support Trump, they'll be quite happy for the time being. They're going to be happy, right? How long are they going to be happy for? That's another question. But then, of course, the other side of that would be those against. And they're going to be enraged. And they're going to be like, life's finished for them. The whole left woke platoon, if you like. But beyond that as well, we've had the wildfires, which is a gigantic can of worms, that, and it's heartbreaking, man. Truly heartbreaking. See, just before the wildfire stuff kicked off, now we had a storm here, and I was looking at there's an app that I use it's like the weather radar, and it shows you can put on different, like, there's a key where you can do like storms or warnings and what have you, and it comes up on the map right across the board. And I was looking at it, and I was looking at the UK, and looking at the radar. Then I put it on the warning. Is it a theme? Maybe, I don't know. I put it on so the warnings came up, and when I looked at America, in one half of America, on one coast, it was all these snow warnings. And on the other coast, it was wildfire. And I thought, fucking hell, man. And even on, I'm adamant, even like one part had at the bottom of it wildfire, then the top of it, it was the snowstorm warnings. And I thought, fucking hell. What the heck? How does that even happen, man? How does that even happen? Honestly, and I even said to my wife, "Look at that! You've got one half on fire and one half is in snow." It was genuinely blew me away, that man. So, I mean, I reckon most people today probably are beginning to question what's really going on here. What's really going on? And I guess for them, that begins a certain process where you look past a lot of things, and in particular, what the politicians tell you. You begin to think, well, actually, I'm going to can look into that myself. I'm not going to take your word for it. I mean, could you imagine? It blows me away to even think that somebody would take a politician's word as gospel or to be believed. I mean, fuck. What do you do with these folk? Hey, in fact, don't. I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say, right? So it's good to see Linda as well. Quickly, we caught Linda there. I hope you're doing well, Linda. All the way down in Australia. That's not a knife. It's my Aussie accent, right? Crocodile Dundee. That's not a knife. Right, that's the best I can do, right? That's the best I can do. The only other accent, Aussie accent, I've got a wee bit. What was that film, Romper Stomper, with Russell Crowe? I think I know some lines from that, but it would be deemed a Nazi or something like that, probably. So we'll refrain, right? We'll stick to the family pleasant stuff, like Crocodile Dundee, of course. A great film. So we're back again. Now, each year they'll put out this document, this PDF. We're finally getting to the meat. But pretty much everything so far is kind of had to be said. And I was going to come on last night. I never got a chance, but I was going to come on and maybe talk about recent events locally a bit. But hey, we're here tonight, and we're getting into it. And I keep going. It takes a lot to stop me in my tracks, to be honest. Am I numb? I don't know. I do have feeling and I do care. Because but I think over time you learn a bit as to how to cope. And the more things have happened, I've kind of tried my best to learn from it and move forward. So God bless John, and I'm sure he'll be up there keeping an eye on everyone, right? And as far as I can see, he passed away on January the 12th. Although it's only recently kind of been confirmed, because I was a bit unsure, and I didn't really know who to ask. I just knew that it was not looking good. And I'm sure we're all going to miss John. Everyone that attended his channel and what have you. But we don't forget, and I'm very grateful and thankful for the time that John gave us. And like I said, he was a warrior, man. His consistency, it was second to none. Second to none, man. Even like when he had been diagnosed and still going. And I remember the last review we done, and his breathing wasn't great, and yeah, I remember thinking, fuck. Part of me kind of wanted to say, look, I don't think you should be you should be streaming, but I couldn't say that to him. I just couldn't. Um, I mean, hey, he was gonna do whatever he was gonna do, and I was gonna stand by it. So he wanted to continue, and I stood by that. If he took a step back, I would have supported him and stood by him with that. But he was a warrior, man, a genuine warrior. He just kept going and kept going. He did not give up, and he wanted to keep going. He wanted to be here. There was I mean, it is what it is, but in the town I stay in, it's quite a small town. I think you're talking a population of about 25 to 27,000 people. So like a small town, just maybe under 30,000 folk now. And it's been through a lot. For a small town, it's quite incredible. But today, there was a young lady went missing yesterday. And then today, she got found. Her body got found in the river. And they've reported no suspicious circumstances. And it's like, fucking hell, man. A young lassie with kids at home. I think 2 children, maybe in their late teens. And I don't know, it's baffling as to what's happened, but it sounds a bit like she's maybe decided that she's going to cross to the next realm. A young woman, man. It's like, wow. So the town's in a bit of shock. And my wife knew her, but, well, she had met her once, and even that was like, it's knocked her. But it's becoming far too common. And I've said this, how long have I been saying that for now? It's far too common. And I mean, in men, it's a gigantic problem with men, but now in females as well, it's growing ever more, increasing ever more. And that is it's a big worry for me. And it breaks my heart, man. You know, when it comes to that, when it comes to people who they decide like, right, that's it. That's it. I don't know what it is, but that for me, it's one of the worst. Do you know? It's one of the worst, I don't even know why, but it fucking really gets to me, man. It really gets to me. Young men. There was a guy that was like 21. 21. And he's took his own life in Elgin. And it's been far too common, and it's the majority of time it is male, young white male. But it's worrying now that it's stretching beyond that. It's not just men anymore. And it breaks my heart, man. And my dad always, I remember my dad always saying to me, look, I can remember talking about suicide with my dad, just the topic basically. And I think it was on the back of someone who had done it in Elgin. And I've always been a wee bit, what's the word? Perplexed, confused by it. And in the sense of, well, people can get help, and thinking like that, and you know, there's people they can turn to. And I remember my dad saying this to me. I remember my dad saying, if someone's gonna make that journey and they're set on doing it, they won't tell you. They just do it. And that's it. They won't give you any clue that it's coming. It'll just be done and that'll be it. And it's just, I don't know what it is, but it hurts, man. It fucking hurts, that shit. It goes real deep in terms of the pain and the anger. The anger, man, because it should not be. It should not be. I mean, even in elderly people, it should not be. But in young people, man. There's my dog making his bed. He's scratching at his bed. He's funny. So that's been another thing that's kind of brought it all home again today. The news of that poor girl. It's in the media now. I don't think they've confirmed it's her, but it will be her, the person that went missing, unfortunately. And how do we reverse that, man? Because that needs to be reversed. It needs to be. And do you know, I think the only thing I can really say is, if you ever are of that frame of mind, please speak to anybody, man. Like I said, anybody. And don't give up. Dig as deep as you can. And keep going, man. Just keep going. I remember I worked with a guy who, at one point I thought, fuck it, is he making this stuff up? But he told me about how much, you get to know someone working with them day in, day out in the same vehicle. And is an older gentleman. And the amount of stuff that he had been through and lost, and it blew me. How that guy was still standing was a miracle, to be honest. An absolute miracle, man. His name was Ed. And I always, well, not always, but I tend to think about Ed from time to time. And I look and I think there's a strong man who, no matter what happened, he kept going and going and going, as strong as an ox, man. In hindsight, that might have rubbed off a bit on me, because again, he was a person I looked up to, respected greatly, even though he was English. Even though he was English, but he was of Irish heritage as well. And he was a great guy. And when it was the Scottish referendum, I remember Ed said to me in his English accent, he was telling me that he was going to vote for Scottish independence, which I thought was quite funny. He was like, yeah, he was like backing Scotland all the way. A great guy. Still about, as far as I'm aware. Still about, ex-military, old school kind of guy, quite short, a wee bit of the wee man syndrome. Do you know short people have got the wee man syndrome? Not all, well, yeah, who am I kidding? All short people. And from time to time, you would kind of see it creep out. So I always found that quite funny. I'd be like, oh, here's some guy coming to talk to Ed about the work we done, and Ed would be like, fuck, getting them told in so many ways. So we'll get back to that, and we'll discuss it in a separate stream in regards to possibly doing a movie review, kind of in memory of John, and keeping it going. And I mean, I was kind of thinking, well, if we get the people who were on on John's panel, that would be great. But to be honest, they've all disappeared. Well, Eke disappeared, the American guy. Sensum's busy with running his Indian takeaway, and Who else was there? Samuel. I mean, I think Samuel sort of keeps himself to himself, which is fair enough. Um, Streaky. He kind of done it on a whim. Is that the right word? So I don't know. We might have to. I might have to. I mean, it would be great to get sent some, but I mean, hey, I can't speak for Sensum. I'm sure he'll be back whenever he's ready. But I'll definitely want him for speaking to John Waters because I know he's up for that. But yeah, I might sort of take applications. We might take applications for potential movie reviewers in the near future, right? So any kind of filmy people out there, let me know, right? And then you can send me the check at the end of each month, of course. So I don't know. It won't be for everyone, and I've said that before. Look, it's not for everyone, and what have you. But I've enjoyed it when I've done it in the past. So we'll come to that. Let me think. We might do it on Friday. So the fix might return, and we'll discuss a few other bits as well. So getting back to the meat, the what do you call it? The steak in veg, maybe. So every year now, the document comes out and it's called the Global Risks Report 20 whatever. And we're into the 20th edition. 20. So for 20 years now, they've been since 2004. They've been printing a sneak preview to the blueprint for your future. And they tend to focus in on the next 2 years, but also the next 10 years. So it's like a side winding snake, which is quite a fitting analogy because the snake's moving forward. It's there, but it's getting ever and ever closer to you. But it's definitely there, right? It's on its way. And a lot of the times with these agendas, that's how they work. The seeds are set, the seeds are sown well in advance. And by the time a lot of people realize it, well, it's kind of too late, to be honest. Again, that's my kind of take. That would be my kind of view. People might disagree, and that's totally fine. So they'll bring it out. I didn't think it was 20, to be honest. I never knew it was that many. It might be interesting to dig out some of the oldest ones they've got from 2004. I wonder if they're even still about. Maybe they're not even about anymore. Fucking delete that. Can't have them reading that. Not in 2025, right? So I don't know. I'll check that out, and we might do a kind of summary on the Global Risk 2025. Oh man, what have I done? There we go. So they take out this document, and every year the front cover is like, what the hell was that? What have they done? What, honestly, it's so weird, man. Some of them have been fucking total weird and strange, and it's just like, what the heck? So this one is kind of no exception, and that's it there. I mean, what is that? The world? Is that meant to be the world? What is it doing? Is it fragmented? Is it warped? Is it distorted? Is it flooded? I mean, what comes to mind when you look at that? I'm kind of unsure as to what it's meant to represent because it doesn't even look like the world, right? It doesn't look like the map of the world. I don't even know what it looks like, and I zoomed in a bit, and it's like, what the fucking hell is this? Is it Mars? Uh, I mean, yeah, is Mars even a planet? That's another story. There was a good comment on Richie Allen, and a guy was not phoned in, messaged in, and he was saying, "Look, I've got a powerful telescope, and Mars is a light in the sky, and it's surrounded by water." And it's like, yeah, well, to be fair, that's probably more believable than what the mainstream tell us. But yeah, I guess you could say, yeah, the oceans below and the oceans above. There's a can of worms for you, right? So I thought that was quite funny. But this, I genuinely do not understand what they're trying to get at here. The only thing I can think, looking at the document, is that they're portraying a divided, fragmented world. Hooray! Cue the celebrations! Champagne! Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's already that. If you step back and take it all in, it's already fragmented. I think the plan here is basically, as the world becomes more and more fragmented, distorted, confused, we become more and more in the palm of the hand of the hidden hand. In the palm of the hidden hand. Why did I not just say that? Right, rewind it. I'll say it again. So we become more and more entrapped in the palm of the hidden hand, right? And through all the fragmentation and division and confusion, they offer up the solution. And we are steamrolling now into an all out in the open world order. In the open. Behind no veil, no hidden secret, shadowy government. Just all out in your face. And for a long time, people have said, yeah, the end game is a one world government, and they want to control the world. Where have you been? Where have you been? The hidden hand do control the world. And we've seen that now. Especially 2020, the whole rollout. Lockstep. At the drop of a hat. The whole world bent over and fucking took it. But even prior, before that, they had the power. And when it comes to the hidden hand and the occult that pull the strings, it's as ancient as the fucking pyramids themselves. Right throughout the ages, the civilizations, going way back, Phoenicians, you name it. And even today, as we sit now, there is not one thing that is new under the sun. Not one. Certain things may appear different or new, possibly, but it's not. In the greater scale of things, it's not. And it's funny to think that, just going back to the whole Trump scenario, it's happening again, and people are falling for it again, man. And I shouldn't laugh, but they're falling for it again. Hey, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So when the time comes and people realized they were duped, and that time will come, I guess the awakened, if you like, they're going to grow by a significant number, which is interesting. So I don't know. Is it an altered blood cell? Yeah, looks a wee bit like that, with the red as well. Like the top sphere of the sphere, the pole, maybe, it looks red. It kind of looks a bit like a mushroom cloud as well. It's like, oh no, not one of them bombs again. Of course, whatever they want to call it, some kind of bomb, right? Who was I listening to the other night? And they were talking about Hiroshima. I can't even fucking say it. Hiroshima. I don't know, that place in Japan. And the guy was saying it's not something that I've looked into, but I might. But the guy was talking about how people in Japan, it's quite common knowledge that there was no atomic bomb used. Hiroshima. Ah, there we go. Lance keeping me right. Good man, Lance. The check is in the post. And he was like, look, it's quite common knowledge, and that people there, they know that it wasn't what's claimed. And I thought that was quite interesting, because I know a lot of people question what they've truly got in terms of atomic weaponry arsenal. It's an interesting one. It's one we might get into. It might be the last of us, but we might get into it. But yeah, it's got that kind of look and feel to it, right? It's I knew there was going to be because I did think, what the hell is the front cover going to be this time? What sick and weird fucking image are they going to put on it? And I didn't expect it. Well, you can never be sure what it's going to be. I mean, they've all been very weird and depressing, because it is one gigantic depressing document, to be honest. It's like, wow. I mean, there's no shortage of bad news when it comes to the World Economic Forum. Shock horror, right? Is the center of Earth in Peru? Nah, it's in Scotland, right? It's got to be Scotland. It's got to be Scotland. It could be Peru. The center of Earth. There's a question. I think that would be in the middle. I'm going to go with in the middle. I'll go with in the middle, right? Somewhere in the middle. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's certainly an entertaining thought. The center of the Earth. Yeah. There's one. Answers in the chat, right? Let us know. The world splitting apart. Yeah, that certainly the fragmentation of the world is what I thought. The atom bombs are true, but the fallout claims isn't. Right. So in terms of radiation, so I guess it would have just been a bomb then, rather than an atom bomb. The guy did say, and again, I don't know how true any of it is. People, you've got to do your own research. But he did say they did drop a bomb, but beforehand they had doused the whole sort of area in with, I don't know, some kind of fuel. Then they dropped a bomb on it. But in terms of radiation on and that side of it, seemingly untrue. So it could be one for us to look into. I'd imagine the weaponry, the real weaponry, is probably hidden. It's not one they would talk. They wouldn't want us to know about it. And they wouldn't. I mean, why would you? We're the enemy. Don't forget that. We're the enemy here. They ain't gonna tell us shit. Unless, of course, and the same goes with the occult secrets. If they're finished and done with it and they've moved on, then yeah, we might get to know. But they'll be well moved on to the next one. So I don't know. I think it's one we might look into. A dirty bomb. Yeah. Or is not all bombs dirty? I think they're all dirty, to be honest. So yeah, we're all good. We're all good in the hood. And yeah, I don't know. A broken up world. Fragmented world, if you like. But even when you try and zoom in to make out a continent or a nation, it's like, wait, what? That's not the map that we get shown. So that kind of caught my eye, to be fair. Can I put I can't put that document in. But you can find it if you want to download it. Excuse me. If you want to download it, you can just simply search WEF Global Risk 2025 and Bob's your uncle, right? You'll find it. Quite a big document, quite repetitive. A lot of fucking fluff about nothing really. They probably could have compressed it into 2 pages, but there's so much. I think maybe you would call it jargon, and you can see why people don't give it the time of day. Because it's like, I'm not fucking reading that. Fucking hell. Dude sent me his life story. And it's all a bit, I don't know, man, over explaining stuff that doesn't even need explained. It's like, fuck off. I was reading it the other day thinking, oh man, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? But I get, hey, when it comes to me, I tend to laugh anyway. I tend to think, well, I might not know why now, but at some point in the future, I'll probably look back and think, that's why, right? I just hung on to that hope. Maybe one day it'll make sense. One day, right? We can live in hope. So, in terms of a kind of brief description, without going into, I mean, you'd be here all day. We might be anyway. But the Global Risk Report 2025 presents the findings of the Global Risk Perception Survey 2024-2025, and it's abbreviated GRPS, which captures insights from over 900 experts worldwide. Or, sorry, from over 900 so-called experts worldwide. 900 of them. Yeah. The report analyzes global risks through 3 timeframes to support decision makers in balancing current crises and longer term priorities, right? So that's the kind of gist of it. I mean, they do go on and on about a load of absolute nonsense, and a lot of it's jargon. There's like I said, they could have compressed it into 2 pages, but instead it's like, let me check actually, 104 pages. 4 would have been enough, but there you go. Talk about saving the planet. So that's what they do. They get their 900 their 900 World Economic Forum experts to cast their predictions. I foresee. So they're sitting there with what do you call that ball again? Is it an 8 ball? Oh, what do you call? Is it? What do you call them? And you shake it and it comes up. Did anybody have one of them? Surely, I can't even remember what they're called. Maybe they use them, or maybe they get Mystic Meg. Hey, maybe they get Bill Gates. He's a bit of a Mystic Meg, right? Fucking, the older he gets, the more he looks like Mystic Meg as well, which is kind of fitting. Magic 8 ball, Toffee said. I'll take your word for it. So I got it right. I got it right. Shock horror. Magic 8 ball. Crystal ball. Yeah. The 8 ball. I don't know what it was, but I always wanted to break it open. Did anybody else get that urge? You just want to smash it open. What's in here? It's like the blood of a unicorn. It was like a blue liquid, I think. Did I ever smash one open? I don't know. But I can always remember wanting to break it open. My destructive nature, which I see in my youngest son as well today, which is like, bugger. It's in the DNA, I think. I mean, yeah, I like to make things, but when I was a bit younger, yeah, I didn't mind taking apart stereos and speakers and stuff like that. Probably more then than today, to be honest. A bit of I guess curiosity. Oh, what's in here, and what happens if you put a screwdriver in there, and what can you make? What can you make? Honestly, I remember. I don't know if I can even say that, to be honest. Probably it's probably better not said. Oh man, it's better not said. Hey, I'd have the police. I'd have the terror squad at my door if I told you. But to kind of give you a wee bit of something there, at least. When I was growing up, there's an army centre not far from me. It's the TA, Territorial Army. But beside that, there used to be a big kind of scrap yard, and it was big, but it was used by the military as well. So you had military equipment in this scrap yard, and I'm not even going to tell you the rest because I probably might get a knock on the door. But you can imagine, right, kids in a military scrap yard, the kind of things you might bring home. I'll let you imagine it. Maybe I'll tell you one day, right? But yeah, I mean, they done away with that scrapyard as well. And it was, I mean, we used to just sneak into it. And it was like piles of cars and trucks and skips and you name it. And then there was a section that was the military, which was old tanks and military vans and even like old ammunition and stuff like that. So yeah, you can imagine what young lads would be like. But yeah, they moved that. Well, they never moved it. They got rid of it, and Yeah, they cleared that area, and what's there now is a Asda supermarket. And it's like, wait a minute, surely, surely the land there been a scrapyard for it was decades and decades. You'd have thought it would have been contaminated, poisoned, maybe. And then they build an Asda supermarket on top of it. It's like, okay. That's a bit, I don't know, it feels like, do you know that feeling? I don't know if it's a common thing, but do you know if you buy food from a petrol station or a gas station, it's like it has this kind of murky feel. It's got this kind of murky feel to it, like I don't know if I should be eating a salad from a petrol station, but yeah, it kind of has that feel to it. But maybe the land was all right. Maybe it's not poisoned. Probably is, to be fair. But yeah, that was a bit of a. We got a bit sidetracked. We got a bit sidetracked. So basically, it goes on to say, this is the good news bit. As we enter 2025, the global outlook is increasingly fractured across geopolitical, environmental, societal, economic, and technological domains. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, could you even add anything else to that? Ooh, is there any domains that we left? Oh, fuck yeah, add that as well. So the tension is going to build, I'd imagine. It's going to build, it's already building throughout the, I mean, what are we, 21 days? 21 days in, man. I don't know, it feels like we're in March. It can't be 21 days, is it? Yep, we're only 21 days. So right across the board, over the last year, we have witnessed the expansion and escalation of conflicts, a multitude of extreme weather events amplified by, wait for it, climate change. Shock, horror. I thought that was an arson. No, it wasn't an arsonist. It was climate change that done it. And science said it did. So, I mean, how can you argue with science? You can't. There is no argument anymore, remember? There's no argument anymore. Remember when they came out and said that? Even that was staggering. And that's going back way before 2020 in regards to the whole climate scenario. The people coming out and saying, look, you can't, there's no debate. That's what they said. There's no debate anymore. And it's like, wait, what? Science is debate. It is to question, but seemingly, nah, not anymore. That's old news now. Questioning science is a conspiracy theory. A bit like plants needing CO2 and the world needing, no, that's, hey, don't be silly. Conspiracy theory. Yeah. So amplified by climate change. I mean, where's the evidence to that? Are they talking about man-made, what they call man-made climate change? Man-made emissions? See, they don't even define climate change. It's just climate change now, and that's it. I mean, it's quite incredible where we're at. So, amplified by climate change, right? Wink, wink. Widespread societal and political polarization and continued technological advancements accelerating the spread of false or misleading information. Right. Shock horror. Optimism is limited, as the danger of miscalculation or misjudgment by political and military actors. Actors. You notice how they use that word? Actors. We pointed that out before. Is high. Very high. Way up there. Higher than, I don't know, Bob Marley. We seem to be living in one of the most divided times since the Cold War. And this is reflected in the results of the Global Risk Perspective Survey, which reveal a bleak outlook across all 3 time horizons: current, short term, and long term. So, like I said, probably not the place to be getting any good news. It looks bleak. But then again, we knew that. Hey, we've known that for a relatively long time now. And it does. With these people at the helm, it is going to be bleak. So, yeah, we need to try our best, right? We need to try our best. Must try harder. That's a note, a post-it for myself. Does anybody do post-its? Are they still a thing? Have they been extinct now? Post-its are not a thing anymore, right? It's been a while since I've done a post-it. When I was, I think 2022, when I went back into trying to get my education. I think I did used post-its in my diary. I probably should have done it more, to be honest. They tend to be quite handy. But everything is it's digital now, right? Do you know, actually, who was I talking to? Oh, where was I? I think I was in a shop. Anyway, I was speaking to someone, and we basically the going digital popped up in a conversation about everything's done online and is digital. And I said, yeah, it'll be money next. And I mean, it's straight and kind of in the blink of an eye, the person said, "Oh, I don't carry cash anymore." And I was like, "Fuck, wait, what?" And I said, "Yeah, but some stores it's cash only, and some are card only. So, I mean, you can't be sure." But the way this person said it, and the way they were just so content with it, that it kind of knocked me, man. I was like, "Whoa." People are if people are primed in terms of the masses, they are primed and ready for cash to go into the electric form. They're ready. They're primed and ready, and that only says to me, it's going to happen. It is going to happen. Can that be stopped? I don't know. I mean, they control money anyway. They do control it. And it's a bit like an illusion. And interesting, my son said to me the other week, we were talking about money, and he was kind of saying, basically asking, well, how is money worth anything when it's like just a bit of paper? And it's a great question as well. It shows you how kids think as well. It's like, well, how is it worth something though? And I said, look, it's only worth something to people who think it's worth something. But I guess in reality, it's just a bit of paper. And if you go way, way back, it was probably a bit more than that. It was or it was because it was gold, or it was because it was silver. But even then, it was only deemed it was only, I guess, chased down, and people wanted it because it could. I guess they a lot originally. I guess a lesson in banking here, right? Originally, it was more like gold and silver was rare and looked at like a great thing to have. But now it's like, well, it's not gold and it's not silver. It's not even the coppers are not even copper. I think they done away with that a long time ago. So gradually over time, they've took the kind of real element of money away and replaced it with a fake element. The dollar bill or the pound. Just a bit of paper, just numbers on a computer. But people still look at it like it's God's gift. And it's quite astonishing how they've done that. I mean, it's a bit of fucking paper, man. It's paper. It's paper. But of course, they've built the system. They've built it in a particular way. And that's why a lot of people tend to say, look, the system is not broken. It works perfectly fine. In a good meme, I think it says, the system is not fucked. It's us that are fucked. To put it in a kind of more blunt fashion, if you like. So yeah, that's, like I said, it does not make for good reading right across the board, short term, long term. They reckon we're in the worst position since the Cold War. Again, I wasn't about the Cold War, so I can't. It would be hard for me to compare it. I don't know if Ulick's still here. He might have been about during the Cold War. He might have been in his 20s then, so he might be able to compare it. Can you even make a comparison? But I actually don't think you could, to be honest. But for the sake of this, they're trying to make a comparison, and it's a bit like it's a document that's fear driven. It is all fear driven. But when you kind of break it down, a lot of these things, it's not pretend. It is happening. They are manipulating the weather to their own gain. They are orchestrating events right across the board. Whether it be political, military, the weather, the fire, the flooding, you name it, that's going on. It is going on. So as much as it's kind of fear driven, you've got to be realistic about the world that you're in. Otherwise, you're basically, in my view, you're kind of hiding from the true reality. We've got to be open. We've got to be honest, first and foremost, with ourselves. And I think from that point, you move forward. You begin to say, right, well, let's think outside the box. How can we fight against it? Do you know what? How many? I think we've got 10 slides, so not a gigantic amount. But I'm going to have to get a drink, so we'll put on a tune and then we'll be back. Right? I need to top up. So we're not going. Don't run away. Don't you? I see you sneaking out the door. Don't come back. Get back here. We're not done yet, right? So I'll put on a tune if I can find one. I'll get a drink, and then we'll be back again. Probably won't play the whole tune. Where the heck? Right, so we'll be back in a minute. So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Several, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
I am a passenger. I ride and I ride. I ride through the city's backside. I see the stars come out of the sky. Yeah, they're bright in a hollow sky. You know it looks so good tonight. Oh. I am the passenger. I stay under glass. I look through my window so bright. I see the stars come out tonight. I see the bright and hollow sky. Oh, the city's red backsides, and everything looks good tonight. He looks through his window. What does he see? He sees the sign and hollow sky. He sees the stars come out tonight. He sees the city's ripped back sides. He sees the winding ocean drive. And everything was made for you and me. And all of it was made for you and me. It just belongs to you and me. So let's take a ride and see what's mine. Sing la 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 la. Passenger, he rides and he rides. He sees things from under glass. He looks through his window side. He sees the things that he knows are his. He sees the bright and hollow sky. He sees the city asleep at night. He sees the stars are out tonight. And all of it is yours. So we should be we should be back, right? All good in the hood. Sorted, mate, sorted. So yeah, we're back again. Apologies for not completing the full song, but I'm sure you know the words, right? Surely. And that video you'll find it on the channel. Apollo Passengers, and it kind of got made on the back of the the interview between Buzz Aldrin and Bart Sibrel, which is an absolute belter, man. When Bart, Buzz is real rattled. He gets real rattled, man. And when you're angry, your kind of true nature can come out in anger. You'll notice that. I've noticed that in life, in anger. Someone's true nature, it shines through. It shines through. And so Buzz is unhappy. He's unhappy. He's being exposed. And he says to Bart Sibrel, what did he say again? He says, "Oh, well, you need to talk to NASA. We were passengers. We were only guys going on a flight." Wait, what? What, you went to the fucking moon? Nah, passengers, right? Yeah. Interesting.
choice of words from Buzz Aldrin. There's I probably mentioned it before. Do you know the guy Frank Borman? There's a astronaut called Frank Borman, and I don't think he's about today. There's not many of the Apollo astronauts. I think Jim Lovell might be the only one still about. There's very few left, and Jim's I think 96, which is like fucking hell, nearly 100. And the guy Frank Borman, man, he's a strange character, him, and that's coming from me. But he there's an interview he done on the oral history, and I don't know what it was, but I kind of got the impression he did not like the lady who was doing the interview. He was very abrupt, and he is like that. And I couldn't help but think, his name's Frank Borman, and he is fucking boring, man. And he's very frank. And I thought you could not have had a more fitting name for that particular character. He was just so boring, but he said a lot of things that were not your average thing for an Apollo astronaut to say. And he's a very strange character. And he even talked about Buzz Aldrin. And he was saying, oh, well, Buzz Aldrin had a very traumatic childhood. And he never recovered from it. And I thought, who is he to say that about someone else in their childhood? I thought that was a bit strange. You'd think he would have been there sticking up for Buzz, but it was it caught me. It certainly caught my attention when he said that. But there's other stuff, I might share it. There's other stuff that he said. It's a bit like, wait a minute, what? So I tend to watch a lot of their, in particular, the Apollo program. Any interviews they've done, I've watched countless now. And we'll cover more of them as the year goes on, right? So look out for it, right? More to come. I thought Buzz was an alkie. He was an alcoholic. He was Buzz, because the lie was so great, Buzz found it very hard to cope. Do you know, the bigger the lie, the harder it is to deal with, to hide. And it began to eat away at Buzz. You can see it. And he went into what he called a state of depression. But he actually had an episode, and I don't know what happened. They wouldn't go into detail as to what actually happened. But there was one of the air bases in America or New Mexico. Buzz was there, and he had a nervous breakdown. He completely lost it, and they put him in a straitjacket. The whole lot put him in I shouldn't laugh, but they put him in a straitjacket. I can't help but laugh. I mean, it's not funny, but it is because it's Buzz Aldrin. He's fair game. So they carted him away in the fucking loony van, and I don't know what they done to him, but after that, I think he was a different person. Maybe he got a couple of extra MK Ultra sessions. And interestingly enough as well, Frank Borman mentioned one of the NASA people who went loopy in the head during the Apollo program, and another one who had a nervous breakdown after the Apollo 1 disaster, the fire. And the guy went loony, but he wouldn't tell his name. And the lady did say, well, who? And he said, look, I don't think it's fair for me to say who, because he went on to work again for NASA. They took the guy back, right? But yeah, I mean, I think the guy maybe blamed himself for the Apollo 1 disaster. So throughout the Apollo program, a lot of people just never coped with it for one reason or another. And we'll get into that more as the year goes on. I've got a couple of videos lined up for Apollo stuff, and I think we're probably due a stream, a kind of Apollo live stream, getting into NASA and going back to the moon. And when they go back to the moon? Oh, they cancelled it. Oh, they cancelled that? Okay. So maybe they're not going back to the moon. Of course they're not going back. They never went in first place. Going back to the moon. Hey, am I going to tell them, or are you? Honestly. Oof, that was hot. So we're good to go. We're all good. Good to see everyone. Didn't run away. Toffee in the hood. Bernie as well over on Facebook. Have we got people? Let me check. I can't see. Oh yeah, we've got a few, 2. And we've got people on X as well. I think 15 and 25. So we've got a few people still in the hood. It only shows me here, unless I click on it, the total overall across the free, which is at 43. And I'm happy with that. Hey, I'm happy with anybody, even if it's just me and Justine here. We're good to go, right? So I appreciate everyone's time, and I hope you're doing good, right? We keep our head up, we don't bend, we don't break, and we keep going. So getting back to the good stuff, right? Give me some of that good stuff. Remember, oh, fuck, man. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, Jesus. Remember that I think in 2022, the United Nations came out and said, look, don't do your own research because you'll become a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, well, I wonder why. And they also said, look, what else did they say? They said quite a few things. They said, don't do your own research. You'll become a conspiracy theorist. What was the other things? Oh man, it was comical. So comical. I actually done a live stream on it. That must have been about 2 years ago. But the United Nations have basically got a kind of blueprint on what to avoid to not become a conspiracy theorist. Oh, there's one that it's failing me now. I'm not remembering it. It was a classic, man. It was I think we might revisit that. I mean, the UN, who are the United Nations to tell us how to behave, man? Honestly, the UN, come on. So we'll jump back to it. All the good news, of course. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, they came out, and the United Nations came out and basically said, look, people only talk about conspiracy theories because it makes them happy and it makes them feel good. And it's like, wait, fucking what? How do they conclude that? How on earth does that become concluded when you look at the stuff we're dealing with here? I'm sorry, but it is not good news, man. It is not. I wish it was good news, but it's not. It is not. And I don't know who they get these, who the UN get to make these documents and stuff, but fucking what they've been smoking, man. Honestly, where do they get their information from? It's quite comical. They've even got wee posters that you can download. I don't know, maybe like a college or a school. And put them up in your workplace. Can you imagine that? Fucking hell, man. I bet you people actually done that. Oh, I'm going to print it out. I'm going to put it in the workplace to deter people from becoming a conspiracy theorist. Some, I don't know, tranny probably printing it out. I'm going to get arrested for that now. He's being transphobic again. Phone the police. Oh, man. How many hate crimes can we commit in one day? Let's not go there, right? They'll be piling them up back at the police station. Oh, he's up to a few hundred now. Oh, man. I shouldn't laugh because that is the way it is in Scotland. They don't want you talking about anything that is against the narrative, let's say. And when it comes to tyrannical entities, the Scottish, and a lot of people don't know this, but the Scottish government are right up there, right up there, man. Like in the top 3, top 4, honest to God, in terms of implementing climate stuff and World Economic Forum, World Health Organization, United Nations, and NATO. They are so far up their arses. Yeah, it's quite hard to comprehend, and it's sad. It's quite sad for me being a Scottish dude. It's quite sad. The people of Scotland have been. They've been through enough, but still to this day, our biggest enemy is within. Still to this day. And some people can't see it, which is quite astonishing, but that's, I guess, where brainwashing comes in handy, right? It's got to come in handy for something. But you don't give up on folk. I know, like I said before, it can be testing. There can be no thanks in it, for sure. But you've got to keep going, man. You've got to. You need to keep going. You need to be set on, look, you're moving forward and you ain't fucking turning back for nobody. And you just be determined. A bit like John and the Woodlander with their persistence. Yeah, persistence. I was going to say persistency, but it would just be persistence, right? Persistency? Is that even a word? He's making up words now. Get him off. Look, it's late. What can I say, right? What can I say? Richard, yeah, over on Facebook. Good man, Richard. He said, "Don't get me started on the Scottish people." Yeah. Wait, what? You talking to me? You talking to me, boy? Yeah, I know what you mean. But again, it's, hey, we can't give up, right? We can't give up. We need to just keep going. Do you know what? We're going to be doing that as well. Sheila, because honestly, and I've touched on it a wee bit before, but there's stuff to look into with the Lockerbie situation, and wow, kind of mind blowing, especially what was said by a person called Dean Warwick. It was like, wait, what? Holy moly, man! I mean, I knew it was a dodgy one, but yeah, we are, and I would say within the next few weeks we'll do a stream on that. I'm just wondering if I can get away with it on YouTube. Because it's gonna be one of them where, yeah, YouTuber, they're not gonna like it. I can guarantee that. Anybody else that I missed quickly, Jane? The establishment needs its foundations. Us the people, to drop the heavy load of oligarchs off the perch. Yeah, that would be handy, right? Cut them at the ankles. Cut them at the ankles. Nah, forget. Cut them at the head. Cut them at the head. I'm definitely getting arrested now. Thanks, Jane. It was Jane. She made me say it. Honest. I was tricked into it. But yeah, Sheila, we will be doing that. Yeah, great to see everyone and chatting away. Don't tell me Lockerbie was CGI. Oh man. Now I'm not going to say that, so you're all right. I don't think it was CGI. Nah, but there is stuff to be said on it, I'm afraid, and it's not good. It is not good, man. Not good. And it even knocked me after all the stuff I've read and seen. Even I was like, fucking what? Honestly, it's like, Jesus, man. If this guy's right, oh my God. The criminality, man. Oofed. It's worse than we'll ever know. Honest to God. It genuinely is. So maybe we're lucky to a degree, right? Yeah, we take what we can. I always thought Al McGrahy, the Lockerbie guy, sounds like the name of a Scottish central defender. He plays for Kilmarnock. Yeah, definitely not an Elgin player, that. Al McGrahy, it would be. Al McGrahy. Of course, that was the guy they framed for it. And, I mean, it wasn't him. It wasn't McGrahy. And that's why the Scottish government, they let him out. Because before he got his appeal, they let him out. And of course, just quickly on it, they said he was dying of cancer and he only had like days to live. And they put him off to Libya and he lived for about 5 years. And people here are like, what up? I thought you only had a few weeks left. So you let him out of jail. 5 years later. Oh yeah, still here. So, and I've got a theory as to why that was the case. If he was even in jail, I wonder if any ex-cons out there actually seen him in jail. That would be interesting. Maybe I could ask Chris. He'll probably know. A great guy, Chris. Very smart individual. He'll probably know. But yeah, we'll definitely get into that. The Lockerbie. I'm just sort of weighing up whether or not I can do it on YouTube, because it's going to be grim. Honestly, astonishing, man. Could not believe what was said by that guy Dean. And I mean, I can't prove what Dean said is true, but the guy is he's not here today. Pretty much everything else he said I've checked up on, and it was true and legit. So chances are he's probably not making it up. But that's for another day. Oh yeah, Chris is great. I did speak to Chris before him. I think he's up for coming on at some point and getting a chat. So that'll be great. Great banter, great crack. So I look forward to that. Let me see quickly. Bernie on the money, pretty much. Yep. So yeah, we're good to go. What about Dunblane? That is one as well. I've toyed with the idea of covering it. But I don't know, because that is one I can guarantee. YouTube will not like it. They will not like it, man. Because again, going back to the censor stuff, I remember a guy way back in, I think 2010, maybe even before. When was the Sandy Hook? What year was that? It would have been round about then. And the guy got YouTube deleted him because he was talking about Sandy Hook. The alarm bells will be going off now on you. He was fucking mentioning Sandy Hook. Quick, what's the Scottish Government's number? They'll be getting them on the phone. I couldn't even tell you who the Scottish First Minister is now. It's not that Puma Traki anymore. Excuse me. Hamza Shite. It's not him anymore, is it? Who the hell is it now? It's failing me. They've clearly made a great impression because I don't even know. Couldn't even tell you. Couldn't even care. But yeah, that is one. Dunblane. But again, it's one I'd have to really watch. To be honest, there's no situation or topic that I would say, look, and I'm not going there. The only thing that is kind of restricting is YouTube. I mean, going back about maybe a year or so, the kind of plan was, look, we know YouTube don't want us and what have you, so we got the website, and I was hoping that I could stream from there, which I could, but it wasn't great. It wasn't great, and people had issues signing in, and they couldn't comment, and it was like, it wasn't the right setup. So it didn't quite work. So I might revisit that, because in that, I mean, that would be the ideal scenario, because through my own site, I can say whatever the fuck I want without, well, I mean, I'm still open to repercussions, of course. To be honest, I don't fear that. I don't fear it. A bigger fish to fucking fry than worrying about what I say, to be honest. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind. But Lockerbie, definitely, and I'll try and keep you updated as to when it's going down. So, like I said about maybe 4 hours ago, the kind of meat and the bones of the global risk document, they lay out the next 2 years top 10 potential problems. Then they do the top 10 in the next 10 years. So they do short term and long term. Short term being 2, long term being 10. And they give you 10 different agendas ranked 1 to 10, 1 being the most severe, right? The one that you've got to worry about the most, right? That's basically what it is. So 1 to 10 in what the World Economic Forum predict is going to be the worst scenarios to, I guess, fucking worry about. I guess worry about would be, or to look out for, right? And they have, since last year, there's been a slight change. And I did notice as well, there's been a new addition to the family. there's a new addition to the family of concern, right? So I wonder if anybody can guess what it is. Obviously, the ongoing continued characters in this story. You've got climate change and the weather and cyber, political conflicts, but there's one that's been added, and you could probably work it out if you think about, well, what's came about recently in a big way. That might be too good of a clue, So you can imagine. Folk are probably, what is this fucking guy on about? How am I meant to guess that? I think I could guess, right? But yeah, it doesn't come as a surprise, to be honest. So, in terms of the next 2 years, from 1 to 10, 1 being the most severe, or the one you've to think about most, worry about most, right? So 1 being misinformation and disinformation. Can't be having that now, can we? Can't be having misinformation. Look, we can only have the government information. Nothing else. Otherwise, it's disinformation. Or if you like, misinformation. What's the difference, you might ask? Can anybody differentiate between misinformation and disinformation? I think one is spelt differently. I'm going to go with that. It's the spelling. Hey, I'm here all week, right? I'm wasted here. Wasted! Oh, man. Hey, if you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at, right? If you can laugh at yourself, you've got free reign to laugh at anybody. That's the way I see it. So, yeah, I think people would probably get it, to be honest. It's a relatively new thing that's came about in the past year or so, and it's taken off. It's growing more and more, bigger and bigger. Some people, they compare it to being worse than climate change, the climate agenda. Worse than conflict. Worse than a world war, some people have said. I guess it depends on perception. So, of course, these people are pointing out the issues, but behind the scenes, they're also planning away the solutions. Well, how do we combat misinformation? How do we combat disinformation? How could you prevent mis or disinformation in a world that claims to be of free speech? I don't think you can. If you set out to combat what you call disinformation or misinformation, you are shutting down free speech. And that's what they're going to do. And that's what they've already done. That's the cogs are turning ever more and more. And people beat the drum about, oh, well, X and free speech. Sorry, but no. Just no. Don't get me started. Don't even get me started. There is no free speech. There's not. There is no sovereignty as a nation anywhere, and there is no free speech in the majority of nations, so-called nations, across the board, man. And we'll probably expand on that to a degree. So that's number 1. Misinformation, disinformation in the next 2 years, big problem. It's purple as well. Kind of fitting that. Even Trump wears purple tie. I mean, talk about giving the game away, right? Purple tie, come on. Interesting, what would people say the purple tie was about? Remember we looked into the colour purple? Can anybody remember that? Remember we traced it back, and it goes right back to the Phoenician times. And from what the history text says, the Phoenicians were the first people to use the colour purple. I think they took it from plants. I'm unsure as to what plant. Maybe lavender. But they were able to dye fabric purple. And it was like this, for the first time ever, basically. That's where it all the way back to the Phoenicians. The people who invented the fucking alphabet. All the way back, man. But because it was such a new thing, the only people who got to use the colour purple were the very high ranked people in the Phoenician fucking world. So I guess the royalty, if you like. But it's been connected to the occult circles throughout history, all the way throughout. And then today we've got Trump in a purple. I guess he just likes the colour purple, right? Yeah. He is a dude, right? He knows he's a full-grown man, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Do you know he said his favourite colour was orange, which is the only colour that equates to 33 in Gematria. The only one. But he's wearing a purple tie, and it's frustrating because orange is my colour as well. And it's like, no! Why? Why, man? And black and white as well. And it's like, nah. My whole life, man. I've liked black and white and orange, and now it's like, what? Me. But yeah, you can't change it. I can't change it. I can't change it. I cannot change it. But yeah, maybe his favourite colour is purple. That's my wife's favourite colour. So maybe Trump's trying to tell us something. Yeah. Maybe not quite the man we thought he was. Hey, let's not go there. Let's leave that for another time. So number 2. Can you guess what it is? Extreme weather events. Shock horror. Yeah, in the next 2 years. Number 2 on the list. And again, it's the wheels are in motion there. Well and truly. And we've talked about this a lot. And we'll talk about it more in regards to weather events, geoengineering, what they call geoengineering, and chemtrails. That's a topic we'll never shy away from. No matter how many people say, Luke, don't talk about it. You're wasting your time telling me not to talk about it. I mean, it's only going to make me talk about it, to be honest. Maybe that was the plan. I've been duped, right? So, yeah, number 2. That one's getting higher. I think next year, that'll be in first position. Pole position on the podium. Would you call it a podium? I don't know. Fuck it. We're going to call it that. It's getting called a podium, right? But I reckon that's one that's going to move. It's going to move forward. And it's been edging forward over the years. Number 3, state-based armed conflict. State-based armed conflict. What do they mean by that? Anybody? Societal polarization. Now that's one, people, if you've been here before, we covered this before, you should have an idea. But yeah, kind of says what it is on the tin, that one, to be fair. Number 5, cyber espionage and warfare. That's one that's been creeping up the table as well. Or what, the podium, we're calling it. It's the podium of disaster. The table of disaster. The premiership of complete and utter disaster. That's what we're looking at here. And of course, none of this is implemented, and you can't say it's not by accident, right? Wink, wink. Yeah, it's just totally by accident. Wow, look at all this, and it's just completely and totally by accident and totally out of the blue. Nobody's seen it coming. None of it's planned, orchestrated. No, that's conspiratorial, right? Sure. So number 6. Pollution. Fuck, I forgot about pollution. Is that still a thing? How can pollution be number 6 on the list? Yeah, it's all climate change and net zero. But yet pollution's way down in the table. I think they lost their last few games and now they're mid-table. Nah, we don't care about pollution anymore. Weather events, right? And misinformation, of course. Who could forget that? Well, I nearly did. Pollution. Inequality at number 7. Inequality. That can't be a thing, right? In this day and age? I thought it was all equal now. Number 8. Involuntary migration or displacement. Again, one that's moving up on the list. And it's migration through climate events. So displaced by a weather event. That'll be on the increase. And I've said it before, and I hope to God that I'm wrong. But in terms of the UK being flooded with foreign entities, we're at the tip of the iceberg. The tip of it, man. Because in terms of displacement, or if they want to call it involuntary migration, it's not going to stop. It won't stop. And you know, in an ideal world, in a world with good people at the helm, with good management skills and respect about their, dignity as well, which is, of course, a million miles from the world that we're actually in. But there is, I think, if you look back through history to a degree, certain avenues of immigration, it probably did work to a degree. It probably did benefit, possibly, to a degree. But we are not in an ideal world. In fact, we are far, far, far away from it. Far away, man. So far away. Now, it's a topic that can divide a lot of people when it comes to immigration. And I get it. I can understand it. I can't understand it. But you take it on face value. And let's take the UK. The UK is in no position to be taking anybody in. Anybody, man. And in fact, people coming here thinking they're going to get all the glory, forget it, man. You're going to be walking right into a trap. So my advice to you would be, think again. Don't come here. Do not come here. Now, we are in no position to be taking hundreds and thousands of people in. In no position. In regards to infrastructure, whether it be the NHS, the housing, the education system. Hey, we're in no state. No state. Don't get me wrong, if all of that was in tip-top, was working in a functioning fashion, then by all means there's a case for it. But be real here, it's not. It is not. And they're coming here constantly, week after week, month after month, thousands and thousands of people. No let up, none whatsoever. And they're not even trying to stop it. It is a flood. It's a flood. And for anybody to disagree that the UK is somehow in a position to do it, where's your head? Where are you living at? Are you actually living in the UK? It's on its knees, man. And that's just one part of it. And people talk about a cap. You can forget a cap. I've mentioned that before. It doesn't need to be capped. It needs to be stopped. And the number one reason it has to be stopped is because it's being implemented by criminals. In particular, our own government. Criminals. So anything they've put their hands on, it needs to be examined. It needs to be stopped, examined, investigated, and fucking scrapped. Then we move forward. So in my own personal view, it has to stop. No cap, no, well, what number? No, stop. It has to be stopped. We need to take stock. If there's any moving forward, you need to know where you're at. And we're in a bad way. And I know, look, you get some people, they'll say, look, it's not the migrants' fault. So don't blame them. And I can understand that to a degree. People say, look, it's not the migrants, it's the government. Yeah, I get that. We know. I mean, you can even go beyond that. Because the government, it's not even the government. It's beyond that. But you can only work with the tools that you've got. And when you truly break down the whole immigration situation currently now, how can I put it into an analogy? Right. So immigration, whether or not you're for or against it, is going to become a problem. It's already becoming a problem for different communities across the UK. It's becoming an issue. It likely will only escalate the more that come in. Now, basically, what it's like, right, is an arsonist. There's an arsonist, right? And this arsonist sets your house on fire while you're in it. Now, what you really want to do is cut the throat of the arsonist. But before that moment, you're going to have to fight a fire. or you don't and you let it burn. And that's a bit like the situation when it comes to immigration, because it's going to create issues, and that'll be the fire. Of course, they never lit the fire. The arsonist, which would be the government, they did. But until you get to them, you're going to have to fight a fire, I'm afraid. And you're going to have to call that fire for what it is. And hey, maybe once you've put it out and you've doused it, would that be the right word? Smothered it, maybe? Then you can go for the arsonist. And it's, as much as I can see how people can say, right, in an ideal world, yeah, it can work, but we're not in a fucking ideal world. We are being run here currently in the UK by criminals. And until people see that, I genuinely do not know what to say to them, man. Anything they've implemented, whether it be immigration, climate, austerity, you name it, it needs stopped, it needs investigated and scrapped. So there's one thing being for it, but you've got to live in the world. You've got to be real, man. You've got to be real. We're in no fit state for it. And it's quite staggering to think that we might only be at the tip of the iceberg. I mean, the UK, man, honestly. Where's it gonna end up? So we got to immigration, what they call involuntary or displacement. And it's gonna bring fire, guaranteed. Whether people like immigration or not, all of these things are gonna bring trouble. All of them. And when you boil it right down, we're all victims of the agenda. We're all being played. We're all being used. Geoeconomic confrontation. Ooh. Geoeconomic confrontation. I wonder who that could be. Erosion of human rights and or civic freedoms. Erosion of human rights and or civic freedoms. Wait, we've got human rights? Freedoms? When did we get the human rights? Oh, I must have missed that one. I must have been off that day. I must have been off. Maybe I was daydreaming when they got handed out. I can't remember that. Erosion of something that's not even here anyway. Okay. I do not consent. Clergy plan? Anyone? I do not consent. Great name. Yeah, probably. I don't think many people would disagree with that, to be honest. Erosion of human rights. I mean, we've seen that. Again, in an ideal world, we would all have human rights and freedoms. But again, let's be honest here. You've got to be honest. We're far from an ideal world. We're so far up shit's creek. People can't even see it anymore. And in the end, it's all going to boil down to what you want to cherish and promote in your community. That's what it's going to come down to. And because a lot of communities are obliterated, a high percentage of people already don't care. They simply don't care. They don't care if their whole street is from the planet Mars. Whereas some people, they might care. And that's kind of what it's going to boil down to. And of course, they've already been chipping away at that, breaking up communities and taking away the hubs of communities and the pubs and the restaurants and the high streets. I mean, even here, the shopping centre got closed down the other day. And it's like, wait, what? The fuck? The shopping centre? And it's a really weird one. It's a strange one, that. I was looking into it. It's actually owned by the company Imperial Tobacco. And they make, I think, Regal cigarettes, Lambert and Butler, loads of different kinds of cigarettes. And I thought, how the hell did that company end up owning the shopping centre in Elgin? It's a fucking weird one, man. But anyway, long story short, they were not paying the rent or mortgage. I'm unsure. I think it was rent. It was they weren't paying something anyway, maybe council tax. And they were in a load of debt. So they've shut it down. The only shopping centre in the rolling hills of Murrayshire. And they closed it down. And you know what? And it's sad to say, it's sad for me anyway. But you know what? People did say, oh no, but in reality, people don't care. People do not care, man. Because if people did care, they'd have been marching up to that shopping centre and saying, no, you ain't fucking shutting it down and you ain't locking it up. And they would have stood there at the gates saying, nah, it's not, you're not closing it. Demanding that it stayed open. Not a peep, man. Nothing. Not even a fucking petition. Zilch. And it had been dying a slow death. The high street itself. Of course, it's all online now. And the convenience. People just want the convenience of, well, I've not got time, so I can't, but I can just order it. You can order your shopping, you can order from Amazon, fucking, you name it, you can get it next day. Convenient, right? But at what cost? There's a question, right? Convenience, but at what cost? Answers in the chat or a postcard, right? At what cost? It reminds me of, well, giving up your freedoms for safety, but at what cost? What do you become? What do you become? What is a man who gives away his freedoms? There's one for you. So that's the top 10 for the next 2 years. We're kicking the backside out of it now. Well, it's only going to be a short one tonight, 3.5. We might go till, I think we've got a couple more, but I'll try and fire through it, right? Otherwise I'll have... It's 4 hours, what is this? A brainwashing ceremony? Oh, man. And I do kind of think, bloody hell, 4 hours is a bit much for anybody listening to me. But we keep going. And I've got to be up early tomorrow. Shocking. I'm going to blame Justine. She's getting the blame. I've got to blame someone. So we're into the next 10 years. Number 1, most severe extreme weather events. So in the 1 to 2 year, it's number 2. Then now over the next 10, it's number 1. So it's going to increase over time. Yeah, we're doing the brainwashing ceremonies. Ah, man. Of course, I know why I've never been brainwashed. Well, it's simple, innit? You've got to have a brain. You've got to have a brain first, right? For it to be washed. Hey, I'm here all week. So it's going to, they're clearly saying, look, it's quite high, but it's going to get higher. And it's number 1 on the podium over the next 10 years. Extreme weather events. Maybe they'll turn it into some kind of competition. Do you know, like on ESPN? I shouldn't laugh. It's kind of already that. When you look at the whole wildfire situation, and it's like the media latch on to it like it's a new movie that's came out, or a new series that came out. Wildfire season, 20. And it's almost a bit like a form of entertainment, which is it's insane me even saying that. I mean, to be honest, people probably would disagree with it. What's he on about now? Get him off. Sick of this dude. I'm sick of this dude. But yeah, it's quite, I find it quite incredible, man. It's like the world's burning, but the media portray it like it's entertainment. I mean, how have they managed that, man? Honestly, that is incredible. Absolutely incredible. The world's burning, and it's prime time on TV. Incredible, man. It really is quite incredible how they've done that. Quite insane. And we are there. We are there, man. Folk might disagree, which is fine. But the wheels are in motion. So number 2, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse. Well, are you going to tell them or will I? I wonder what's done that. It must be that driving to work. And remember you had a bacon roll yesterday in a cup of coffee? Well, look at what you've done. You killed the ecosystem. You collapsed it by driving to work and them cows in the meat farms. I mean, it's obvious, and of course there's no argument against it. I think we're already seeing that, I'm afraid. I don't think many people would disagree with that, which is quite what's the right word? Daunting, probably. Quite a daunting thought, that. I mean, how we're part of the ecosystem, are we not? Although probably debatable. We've been fucking detracted from that as well. Been detracted from the whole lot. Not just reality, but the eco chain itself. Yeah. Remember that from school? They would show you the food chain and stuff like that. I wonder where humans would fit in to that kind of chain. Do we even fit into it? There's a thought, right? What would they call a human? Humans an apex? Is it an apex predator? Does anybody know about that? Yeah, I really do wonder how we got to where we are. Honestly, it's like fuck. We fell asleep at the helm, at the wheel. Well, I'm saying fell asleep. We got put to sleep. Would be a better way of putting it. We got put to sleep, but we're a sleeping giant. In my view, a sleeping giant that might be about to be awakened. Let's go with that. Critical number 3, coming in third place. Critical change to Earth systems. Critical change to Earth systems over the next 10 years. Number 3. So quite high up there. What do you think they mean by that? Is that the weather systems? The Earth systems? Yeah, that'll totally be nothing to do with HARP or oh yeah, they closed HARP down. They don't use HARP anymore. Stupid me. So number 4, natural resource shortages. Yeah. That's in motion. Number 5, and misinformation on disinformation is kinda fell away. So maybe they plan on their solutions to that working over time in the next 10 years, or we've done away with it. We just don't let people speak anymore. That's probably what they'll have to do, because I mean I guess I can only speak for myself, but I think a lot of people would echo it. They'll shut me up over my dead body, man. That's when they'll shut me up. But until then, they ain't fucking shutting me up, man. They can forget it. And I would imagine a lot of people here would echo that sentiment. We'll go with that. So number 6, adverse outcomes of AI technologies. Now, that's the new one on the block. Did anybody guess it was that? Probably not. His clue was terrible. Yeah, that's kind of came out of the woodwork. Adverse outcomes of AI technology. What could that be? I think they point to that kind of ties in with the misinformation and disinformation, which is interesting, right? So what are they saying there? AI technology is going to make misinformation and disinformation worse? I thought it was going to make it better. I thought it was going to make everything better. Of course, we're walking right into it constantly, man. Oh, you take care, Linda. And thank you. It's nice to see you. And we'll hopefully catch you again. Did someone else run away without me giving them the go-ahead? Shocking. Timeouts incoming. Of course, people are... Yeah, you're free to come and go. You don't have to say. But I appreciate you being here. And thank you. What time will it be in Down Under? Must be like early in the morning, right? And Sonia, maybe. Do you know her? So what one did we get to there? AI. Inequality, number 7. Again, this is what I mean by it kind of repeats. Number 8, this is 10-year time frame. Societal polarization, 8th place. 9th place, cyber espionage and warfare. 10th place, pollution. I'm a wee bit surprised that war and global conflict is not there. Because that is one. But it's not over the next 10. Interesting. That's an interesting one. National risk. There's armed conflict. So in this one, they're talking about interstate, intrastate. What's the difference between bigging myself up here? Someone can let us know. At first, I thought it said the same word twice. Look, it's late, right? Proxy wars, coups, etc. You know all them things, right? They are totally not by accident, not planned or premeditated in any way. Just completely out the blue. And of course, the darker the colour, which in this case is orange, the higher risk. And this is over the next 2 years. So the darker ones, I'll try and zoom in a bit. The darker areas. Oh, it's 11:45 a.m. Oh, not a bad time. Lunchtime then, right? No better time than lunchtime. So good to see Dawn as well. Hope you're doing well, Dawn. Mark as well. Good to see you, Mark. Mark of Oz and Hood. Long-term sufferer of that's life. But no, I need to stop saying that, right? I need to stop saying it. But it's funny. We suffer together, of course. We're one big group of sufferers. If we don't laugh, we'll cry. So good to see the Aussie platoon, the Aussie clan in the Hood. We do have quite a few people in Australia. During the pandemic, we must have been getting shared about in Australia, which was pretty cool. I think they were, for a while, it was like third on the list, demographic of, I think, views and what have you. I think it's still round about there. The number one is the UK, but for a long time it was America. America's number 2 now. So I need to work on pleasing Uncle Sam. But I can only say what I feel. People come and go as well. I get that. I've done that myself with different channels over the years. You can get a bit fed up of folk. You get a bit fed up and it's like, I'm going to watch something else now. I'm moving on. I've moved on. Hey, I know what it's like. And I've been, like I said, hey, 2019, the end of 2019, we started. So we've seen it all, man. We've seen fucking wore the t-shirt, seen it all. And it is what it is. And people can come and go and do as they please. But I think in terms of countries, UK, America, Australia, Canada, Ireland, and I think Italy was surprisingly high. Maybe they watch it for some kind of comical element. This mad Scottish guy talking a load of stuff. So yeah, you can America and the UK not quite dark, but Ireland I think is a wee bit darker. So they're kind of saying, look, it might heat up a bit there. It's a wee bit darker. You can't see it very well, but Scotland's not quite coloured in, the whole lot of it. It's only like certain parts. And I was looking at, is it this one? It's maybe the next one. I was looking at it and it was like, wait a minute, some bits are not even any colour. So in terms of conflict, That's the kind of darkest colours are where it likely could kick off, and I think there's already ongoing stuff in the majority of them. I mean, Africa's never it's never out of conflict throughout its whole bloody history, man. Is there any there that's maybe catching my eye? South America. I guess there's always conflict there, right? Eastern Europe. I mean, it's most of these places are. There's always somebody fucking having a war. they're always at it, right? To a degree. But will it heat up? I guess that's down to the World Economic Forum. What have we got up here? Is this meant to be Norway? I mean, it should be like over here somewhere. Who the hell drew this map? Don't tell me. It was Stevie Wonder. Shock horror. So, again, let me see. I can read it. Oh, yeah, 2 years. And this time it's misinformation and disinformation with the darkest of purple. Yeah. With the darkest being the most concerning. And it's like right across the board, this one. There's no continent that's free from so-called mis or disinformation. Whatever that is, of course. And you know, this can be quite telling, I think. For me, I find it quite telling. So where's the darkest there, would you say? America, maybe? America's got it bad. But look, Ireland as well looks even darker. That'll be that Paul and Sue and Jerry. They'll be coming after you, Jerry. He's maybe away, but... I mean, Northern Ireland has got like a wee pocket of purple there. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it very well, but... Similar to Scotland, only like central and Highland, a slice of the Highland and northeast where I stay. So it's like, okay. But the west coast is, nah, you're all right. There's no one there pumping out so-called mis or disinformation, not yet, disinformation, right? But in the east coast, it's even darker, pretty much where I am. Which I thought was quite funny. It's like, okay. So, interesting that. Yeah, disinformation or misinformation. And it's everywhere, man. And I find that quite telling. That's everywhere. The proxy wars and coups and intra-state so-called conflicts right across the board. Misinformation right across the board. Censorship and surveillance. Well, I mean, shock horror. Right across the board. How does that happen? It's in lockstep, of course. And it's everywhere. And if there is any mis or disinformation, it probably comes from your government, whatever country or nation that you're in, for lack of a better term. Because I genuinely struggle to call them nations anymore. Whatever cell block that you're in, whatever cell block you're in, they're all controlled by the same warden. Let's face it, right? And this is evidence, in my view, that they pull the strings right across the board. Right across the board, man. Nowhere's free from it. Nowhere. Look, China is a different kettle of fish. Russia is. But if you think they're not in a tyrannical system, forget it, man. It's tyranny, but in a different dress. That's all it is. And when you get to the nitty gritty of the government entities of these different cell blocks, nations, they're all interlinked. And that's what they call the one big club that we ain't in, of course. But they're in it. And they all scratch each other's backs. And who loses out? We lose out, man. We get played off each other constantly. And when you're dealing with the agenda in the hidden hand, no one gets in the way of it. Nobody, man. And they'll throw anybody under the bus. They will sacrifice anyone or anything to further the agenda. Nobody's bigger than it. Nobody. And it does not matter who you are or what you claim to be. Whether that be, I don't know, Jewish or Muslim or, I don't know, a fucking Eskimo. That doesn't matter. See, that's, when it comes to that, that's for the masses. Organized religion, it's not for the hidden hand. And they don't, in my own view, they do not represent us. And they do not bow down to any god that people in our circles might bow down to. Unless, of course, they are of the satanic root. And it's quite... It's quite... I mean, it can be disappointing when you start uncovering different things and you begin to kind of realise that the people who pull these strings, they're of satanic nature. And I think it now echoes in our lives, our surroundings, and to a point now where it's not even hidden anymore. It's not even hidden now. Not even hidden, man. Yeah, I think when you look at religion, it's... See, when you're dealing with the powers that be, they are absolute masters at manipulating or weaponizing anything they see fit. Even organized religion. And they'll throw anybody under the bus. Anything. And it's if you look through history, they've done it. They do it. And a good one to point out is the Knights Templar. Oh yeah, well they killed them all at the stake and what have you. Pfft, really? Oh, they burned all the Masons and lodges. Really? What, you believe that from history? You genuinely think that's true? The history books given to you by your government, you honestly think that it's true? Honestly. It ain't true. They never killed any Knights Templar, in my view. They simply moved them on, gave them new places to live, in Scotland in particular, and gave them new identities. But in the eyes of history, no, they were burnt at the stake and they got chased out and temples got shut down and what have you. It was a bit like a great reset to a degree, if you pardon the pun. So, and again, that's kind of what I mean by, look, fair enough, look at the history, but be careful with what you're going to put your weight behind. Because about 98, if not 99% of what we're told in regards to history, it ain't fucking true. It ain't true. So what one did we get to? It was the censorship and surveillance. Yeah, again, that's right across the board. I thought America might have been a bit darker. And the UK. I think it probably should be. To be honest, I think they might be pulling their leg. I mean, the whole world should be fucking dark purple there, let's face it. And I think the final one to kind of look at, and we mentioned this before as well. So they give you global risks over the long term, 10 years by region. And I'm going to have to probably zoom that in. Is it going to work though? So Eastern Asia, number one, extreme weather events. Then biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse. Critical change to Earth systems. I'll tell you, I don't like the sound of that one. Cyber espionage and warfare, natural resources shortages. That's Eastern Asia. Europe. Good old Europe. Yeah. Wait, what is Europe now? Oh, Africa. Okay. So Europe / now Africa. Extreme weather events as well, right at the very top. Again, biodiversity, pretty much the same, but with misinformation, disinformation, and shock horror, involuntary migration or displacement. For Europe over the next 10 years. Climate-driven migration, they were calling it. Latin America and the Caribbean. Biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, extreme weather events, critical change to Earth systems, resources, shortages, and pollution. Pollution. Pollution of the sea, maybe? Potential oil disasters on the horizon there. Middle East and Northern Africa. Is that Europe? Cyber espionage and warfare. Adverse outcomes of AI technology. Northern Africa, Middle East. That's number 2. I wonder why it would be so bad there. Interesting. State-based armed conflict. Well, shock horror. Natural resource shortage. Shock horror. Extreme weather events. Shock horror. Northern America, which is north of America. Extreme weather events, critical change to Earth systems, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem collapse. societal polarization, natural resources shortage. Southeastern Eastern Asia. Am I going to even bloody see it? Number 1, critical change to Earth systems. 2, extreme weather events. 3, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse. 4, adverse outcomes of AI technology. Technologies, even. Plural. And, of course, misinformation and disinformation coming in at kind of last place there. Southern Asia, extreme weather events, pollution, biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, critical change to Earth systems, inequality. Sub-Saharan Africa, extreme weather events, lack of economic opportunity, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, crime and illicit economic activity. There's a new one. And, of course, natural resources shortages. Yeah. Not much good news there, I'm afraid. Not much good news there. Hard to find any good news, to be honest. I guess the good news could be we're pretty much fucking done in terms of the stream. That might give some people some hope. He's off finally. But yeah, interesting. I guess what stands out there is all of them are kind of in the top kind of ranking is the extreme weather events, which I would imagine that's going to tie in with the critical changes to Earth systems. I think the question is, how is that going to come about? How are they going to achieve it? What are they doing, man? Honestly. You know, one of these days, someone's going to fucking pay, man. They are going to pay big time for what they've done to people in this world. No matter where you are, Latin America, the desert in Africa, Eastern Asia, Northern America, Northern Africa, aka Europe, Asia. Right across the board, we're all getting bent over, man. Will it ever change? Who knows? Who knows, right? Can it work any other way? I don't know. I think it can. I think it can with the right willpower and the right know-how. I think we can begin to at least hope. Which you would think, well, after what you've just covered, there's no hope, right? But there is. We're still here. We're still here, man. We're still going. And I say it each and every time. We do not bend. We will not break. They ain't stopping it, man. They ain't stopping us. And they ain't shutting us up. They will not. They will not, man. In a internet world, in the real world, it's over my dead body. And I mean, I don't claim to be anybody or anything or anybody that can bring about any kind of change, but I know what I can do as an individual here. So I'll continue to work on that. I'll continue to push and promote in the sense of trying to bring it to people's attention. I don't think I can ever give up on that, to be honest. I'm not. I just can't. I can't see it. I've been they've messed us. They've done us over too much, too many, and I've hung my coat with them. I genuinely have. And at the end of the day, I'll be happy enough with keeping going and keeping fighting. And I know, and some people probably disagree or see it different, but in my own view, no matter who these people are or who they fucking think they are, they'll get their day. They will get their day, man. We all get our day. And a lot of these entities, they're going to have a lot of explaining to do. A lot. And I think if I'm being honest, I think they're going to be the orchestrators of their own downfall. I genuinely think that. It's a bit like, imagine a small pond, right? There's a wee pond, or let's say a miniature ocean, right? And it's got all these salmon in it and trout and, I don't know, starfish. But there's a big shark in it. And it's eating all the fish and it's eating everything. And of course, what happens once it's ate it all? There's no more food. And then it begins to die out. And I think we're maybe a long way off of that, but I kind of feel that can also happen here. And I think as long as we can stay strong, not bending, not breaking, I think we can. This too shall pass, and we can get to where we want to be, right? So we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll do a recap on the so-called global risk document. And it's there, it's available now for people to download. But we are pretty much at the end of the show, the end of the stream, right? So it's been a pleasure. I've enjoyed it unbelievably. I've enjoyed seeing Lie to me as well. Good to see you, Lie, in the hood, our Scottish brother. Fantastic. Good to see you. So yeah, it's what a world we're in, man. Crazy, right? It's crazy, but then again, so am I. So what can I say? That boat sailed for me quite a long time ago. So yeah, it's good to see everyone. It's been a while. I think that was the last slide. Let me double check. Let me see. And I reckon I'll be back on what is it, Wednesday? I'm going to try and get back on Friday, right? It might be the return of the Friday fix. So look out for it. And yeah, I think it was the last slide. Yep, we're good to go. So I can take that away. If I can quickly grab the document. Should be there, right? There we go. If I click on that and copy that, look at me, I'm computing. And if I go to the chat, we should be there. More suffrage than previously thought. Look, Mark, I'll do the than previously thought jokes, right? You can't take that away from me. It's all I've got. But yeah, it's I could not disagree with that, to be honest. And of course, that never goes away either. The unpreviously fought syndrome. And I mean, I wish it would. I wish it would just bugger off. And it would be like, well, maybe it's not as I thought, but oh man, it is. It is. So that'll return as well. And it's always quite. Is funny the right word? I guess it is quite funny to a degree. We certainly can get a laugh from it anyway. Did I miss anybody quickly? Oh, Joni in the hood. Good to see you, Joni. Our American sister across the ocean. Mark, Lai, Sheila, Lance. Yeah, good to see everyone. You look in the hood. So yeah, I reckon Friday. I posted a Paolo Nutini song on my my own Spacebook, which is, yeah, I mean, I kind of hate Facebook as well, which is, it's like a love-hate a love-hate relationship. It bloody annoys me, but I posted a video. It's a Paolo Nutini Isle of Wight Festival 2015, which is 10 years ago now. It's like, wow, 2015 was 10 years ago. It's like, Jesus. And it's one of my favourite Paolo Nutini songs, who's like half Scottish, half Italian. But he calls himself Scottish, right? And for me, it's a great version. I mean, I love this song. And yeah, I've seen Justine liked it, which is great. So I've got that. I think I'll maybe play that. The first time I played it, it had the hair standing up on the back of my neck. It was that. I had it on through the headphones and it was turned up and it was like, blew me away, man. Blew me away. Yeah, so I've got that saved to go out in. A kind of cheery-ish mood, rather than a doom and gloom mood. But again, yeah, hey, you've got to find that balance as well. You can't be constantly stuck in the frame of mind that everything is just so completely and utterly out of hand. You've kind of got, I guess, in a way, forget it for a few minutes, hours maybe, and do something that is going to rejuvenate you to a certain degree. You've got to find stuff that's going to keep you ticking over. And I've mentioned it before. For me, it's wildlife and plants and just nature itself. And I mean, that's on its way out the window. So when that's done, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. I still enjoy reading and I guess content creation as well. So you've got to have these wee things that are going to keep you ticking over. It can be quite easy to get bogged in and kind of border on a state of fear or depression even. I've got a good friend that I know who's went through a bit of a sticky patch, and that again, it's something that it breaks my heart. That, man, breaks my heart. And I feel so helpless sometimes when I think about this individual and their current struggle. I just wish I could make it better for them. But it's one of these things. I mean, I've been down and out. I don't think I've ever been severely depressed or touch wood, anything like that. I've certainly seen it throughout my life, and I've had family who have, and it can be hard for people to shake it off and pull themselves out of it. But it can be done as well. It can be done. I think maybe it just takes time for a lot of people, and I wish her all the best, this person, and I hope she's going to be okay. And yeah, you need to stay strong for other people, but for yourself as well, because there's a lot of bad shit out there that can hit you for 6. It can hit you like a fucking uppercut. And you've got to have a thick skin, man. A thick skin, because we're getting uppercuts pointed at us from every direction these days. So you've got to know what keeps you going, what keeps you ticking over, and stuff that you can't get enough of, basically. And don't feel any guilt in trying to find happiness in certain things. The world will still be here tomorrow. Well, I think it will. I think it will, right? You can deal with that tomorrow. Prioritize your own well-being before anything, man. Because the better you are, in particular in a mental sense, the more capable you are, especially of changing the world and helping the people that need it. So we keep going, we stay strong. And like I said, if you are ever down and out and you need people to talk to anybody. Don't think that it has to be a super duper expert with PhDs and degrees coming out every orifice. It does not have to be that. It can be, honestly, it can be anybody. And just open up to people that you trust. And don't hide. Don't hide from how you feel. Don't bottle it up and keep it locked away. It would be like a fungus that would grow. So yeah, we don't bend, we don't break. Let me quickly, we'll say cheerio. Lance in the hood, good to see you, Lance. Thanks for joining. Dangleberry's in the hood. Good to see you. Crazy Lady Jane in the hood. Thanks again for joining, Jane. A lot of time for Jane, a lot of time for Justine. Fantastic. I'm sure I'll catch you about, right? I'll be keeping an eye out for you. I'll be watching. Good to see you. And Dangleberries, Lance, Justine, Jane. Oh, good to see Lai in the hood as well. Again, another channel that I recommend people can check out. If you comment after the show, people can. I think they can click on your channel there, right? Or am I getting that wrong? I'm sure you can. So if you maybe put a wee comment saying, I don't know, shite stream, great stream, and people can check it out. A very smart guy. So thank you for joining. Lai, Sheila as well. All the best, Sheila. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hopefully catch you on Friday. What happens in the hood? Good to see you. I guess hello and goodbye. I hope you're doing well. Ulick, Mark, Mark of Oz, good to see you. So good to see everyone in the hood. Toffee, if you're about, and anybody that I missed. Joni as well. Good to see you, Joni. Yeah, another channel that I recommend people check out. Lots of good channels out there, good people out there. So there's hope yet, right? There's hope yet. There's hope for us yet. Yeah, I noticed people saying like putting things up that says I am not suicidal, I will not commit suicide and stuff. And I was thinking, wait, have I missed something here? I've totally missed something because I've got no clue as to what they're on about. But I've noticed it. I don't know what it's about, but yeah, I get it, right? Maybe they're worried about Hillary Clinton. Clinton. I'm sure I'll find out anyway. But yeah, good to see everyone. Dawn as well, and Linda all the way down under, and Mark, of course, Mark of Oz. Who was the other person I thought was from Australia, but they weren't? Oh, I can't remember now. I was it wouldn't be misgendering. What would you call it if you miss nationalized? I don't know. Hey, it's late. It's late and I'm done. So, and I've still got to walk the dog. I'll take him to the golf course. And hopefully back in about maybe just the back of 2. And call it a night, right? We'll call it a night at that. So I'll find this video. Great to see everyone. Is Hasdak here as well? Oh, there he goes. Hasdak in the hood, who's lurking, creeping about in the back. I thought I heard someone creeping about. It was you. It was you. He was creeping about in the back. Thanks for joining, Hasdak. Good to see you. So yeah, we're good to go. And yeah, of course, people don't, if you're watching, the engagement's fine, but you don't feel you have to engage. It's totally at your own pleasure. That's the way it should be. You come and go and watch anytime, comment anytime, and say whatever you want, of course, right? Within reason. What did he say about me? Within reason, of course, right? So yeah, good to see everyone. I'll see. Have I got? After me saying I've got it, have I even got it? Fucking hell, is it there? Oh, it is there. Aye, cool. I've got it. Oh, what did I do? Aye, we're okay. So thanks to everyone on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. We've got people. I did see a Rotary Motion as well on Twitter, but I couldn't find the comment. But good evening to Rotary Motion as well over on X marks the spot of free speech. Sure. I mean, yeah. Elon Musk. Have you got another 4 hours? And we'll get into Elon Musk. Jesus, let's not go there. Oh, thanks, Ulick. Thanks, everyone. And like I always say, do not bend, do not break. We don't give up. We do not fear anybody. Nobody gets in your way, man. Nobody. Do not let it happen. No fear. Keep going. Stay strong. Like I always say, no matter what, no matter where. Do not comply. And that is about it. Bye-bye.
We got one more for you. Thank you so much for being so lovely.